Chapter 547. That proved that the Long Yuan sword had already recognized its master. Shang Wanwan's heart was in a mess as she stared at Chu Luyue. Now that these people have accused you of stealing the Long Yuan sword, what else do you have to say? Chu Luyue looked calm. I didn't do it. Even if you ask me 1,000 times, I will only say this, I didn't do it. She looked very confident and didn't seem like she was lying. Shang Wanwan couldn't make up her mind. On the one hand, since Yang Qin and the rest dared to make a scene in front of her, they definitely had evidence. What they said just now was also true. On the other hand, the Long Yuan sword was left behind by Taizu. Logically speaking, only people with the Tianling royal bloodline could have a chance to awaken it. Chu Luyue wouldn't have a chance. Yang Qin was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Chu Luyue, now that things have come to this, the evidence is irrefutable. Are you still not willing to admit it? How long are you going to deny it? Chu Luyue said calmly. Why should I admit to something that I didn't do? Yang Qin was about to retort when Chu Luyue continued. The so-called irrefutable evidence is actually just the testimony of the few of you. There's no substantial evidence at all, right? In detail, Chou Ding only saw the Long Yuan sword awakening. As for the so-called someone stole the Long Yuan sword, only you and Ning Jiaojiao saw it, right? Oh, no, Chang Wanzhou. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said. I didn't see the scene that they were talking about. Yang Qin said angrily. You said you didn't see it? Then why did you fight with the two of us? The injuries on her body were real. Chang Wanzhou pointed at Ning Jiaojiao. You used despicable means to eliminate people and pushed the blame to Lu Yu. Ning Jiaojiao's expression suddenly froze. Chang Wanzhou pointed at Yang Qin. You, along with 2 senior brothers from the Purple Shao sword sect, wanted to snatch Lu Yu's treasure. After being rejected, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked her. Yang Qin's eyelids twitched. It's obvious that you're in the wrong first. Don't tell me you're not allowed to fight back. As for your injuries, you're just too weak. Chang Wanzhou's expression was cold. Every word he said was self-righteous. Yang Qin felt guilty at first. You have a close relationship with Chu Luyue, so of course you would speak up for her. What you've said is nothing more than the words of a single person. It's simply not trustworthy. No matter what happened at that time really happened. Chu Luyue had no way to deny it. Jiang Yuqing stared at Chu Luyue and frowned. Chu Luyue, other than Chang Wanzhou, do you have any other excuses? Chu Luyue didn't say anything. Ning Jiaojiao sneered. Of course she has nothing to say. Because she was indeed the one who did it. Shang Wanwan took a step forward. The pressure on her body was extremely strong. She looked at Chu Luyue condescendingly. Chu Luyue, if you can't prove your innocence, then, you'll stay in Xianli Garden today. Chu Luyue looked up slightly. Shang Wanwan's face didn't seem to change, but the emotions in her eyes were clearly seen by Ning Jiaojiao. Perhaps Shang Wanwan could fool others, but she couldn't fool Ning Jiaojiao. Shock, anger, jealousy, Shang Wanwan would probably be annoyed to death if she saw her face now. Of course, she wouldn't have any good impression of her. In fact, Chu Luyue could even clearly feel Shang Wanwan's deep hostility towards her. She had no doubt that Shang Wanwan would definitely think of ways to kill her once she had the chance. Now, if she couldn't clear her name, what awaited her would definitely be torture. The corners of Chu Luyue's lips twitched slightly. Of course I can. The room was silent for a moment. Yang Qin narrowed her eyes and didn't think much of it. A cornered beast will still fight. First, I have a fiend. Chu Luyue raised her hand, and a red figure instantly appeared in her palm. That was a furry, blood ferret? The air froze for a moment. With Chu Luyue's talent and strength, logically speaking, her requirements for a fiend should be very high. How could she contract with a third-grade fiend? And it was the type with the least combat power? Yang Qin, and Ning Jiaojiao's expressions changed at the same time. Impossible. How could you have a blood ferret as your fiend? Yang Qin, blurted out. Chu Luiyue glanced at her. Dumpling was immediately unhappy and bared its teeth at her fiercely. Who are you looking down on? I'm also very powerful, okay? Why does it sound like I'm not worthy of my master? Since when did this thing have the right to comment on the matters between master and servant? I had this blood ferret when I was still in country Yaochen. Vice Admiral Mu has also seen it before, so I can prove it. Chu Luiyue directly brought up Mu Qinghe and immediately shut Yang Qin, up. She dared to say that Chu Luiyue was lying, but she didn't dare to question Mu Qinghe. When a cultivator has a fiend, they can't contract with other fiends. I believe all of you are well aware of this, so I won't say too much. However, I have to thank Miss Yang for thinking highly of me and thinking that I can contract with a mythical beast. I'll take your blessings first. If I really contract with a mythical beast in the future, I definitely won't forget you. Yang Qin, choked and was speechless. Sheng Guanwan and Jiang Yuqing looked at each other and saw some doubt in each other's eyes. Chu Liuyue's words weren't without reason. Even in the Tianling dynasty, the traces of a mythical beast were extremely difficult to track down. Didn't Sheng Guanyu only contract with a 9-colored heavenly pheasant and not a mythical beast? To say that Chu Liuyue's fiend was a legendary 3-eyed eagle. It was indeed a little ridiculous. Chu Luiyue pinched Dumpling's ear to comfort her. Dumpling jumped onto her shoulder, but it was still puffing its cheeks in anger. Because of this small body, it was always looked down upon. It was really too much. If it wasn't for the fact that it had to cooperate with Chu Luiyue, it would have already rushed over and scratched Yang Qin's face. Its black eyes were filled with murderous intent as it glared at Yang Qin. Yang Qin suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Secondly, the Tianling God realm is where Taizu passed away back then. I heard that before the Wanjing competition, the Tianling God realm had never been open to outsiders. This is the first and only time it's open to non-members of the Tianling royal family. The Long Yuan sword is a legendary artifact. Even if it wants to awaken and choose a new master, it will definitely be decided by the sword's soul. Do you think that the Long Yuan sword will choose someone like me, who comes from an ordinary background and has nothing to do with the Tianling royal family, as its new master? Where are you putting the third princess and the other members of the Tianling royal family? Chu Luiyue spoke slowly, but every word was hurtful. Yang Qin, and Ning Jiaojiao suddenly realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly looked at Sheng Guanwan and saw that her face had indeed darkened. In fact, this was also a sore point for Sheng Guanwan. She had always wanted to enter the Tianling God realm, but she didn't have the chance in the past. After Sheng Guanyu died, she thought that it was finally her turn. However, her Yuan meridian was completely destroyed, and she could no longer enter the Tianling God realm. Chu Luiyue gently stroked her glabella. Thirdly, and this is also the most important point. The Long Yuan sword still exists in the Tianling God realm. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 548. You're spouting nonsense. Yang Qin walked forward agitatedly, and her finger almost poked Chu Liuyue's face. I saw you draw out the Long Yuan sword with my own eyes. Invite any elder to enter the Tianling God realm and you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and brushed Yang Qin's hand away. Of course, the third princess can also go in to check and see who's lying. Sheng Guanwan clenched her teeth. Of course, she wanted to enter the Tianling God realm. But now that her Yuan meridian was damaged, she would die if she went in. She had been putting on a disguise for the past year, trying her best not to let others see that there was a problem with her cultivation. If she really went to the Tianling God realm, her lie would be exposed immediately. She suppressed the anger and indignation in her heart, turned around, and walked to Jiang Yuqing's side. Jiang Yuqing saw that something was wrong with her expression and immediately said, I'll send Elder Duanmu to check immediately. Sheng Guanwan nodded, but the emotions in her heart could not be calmed down no matter what. Jiang Yuqing knew that she had suffered quite a blow today. First, it was Chu Luyue, and now it was the Tianling God realm. It wasn't a suitable choice to stay here any longer. He looked at Chu Luyue and the others. All of you can leave first. When the results are out, the third princess and I will make our own decisions. Chu Luyue had wanted to leave long ago. She really felt disgusted looking at these two faces. It was already very rare to be able to last so long. Thus, she answered without any hesitation and turned to leave. Little Zhou, let's go. Yang Qin, and Ning Jiaojiao looked at each other. That's it? We put in so much effort to defeat Chu Luyue, but this was the result? Ning Jiaojiao asked unwillingly. Third princess, you can't let Chu Luyue leave so easily. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Jiang Yuqing suddenly interrupted Ning Jiaojiao with a cold expression. Ning Jiaojiao was shocked and quickly said, No. We'll leave now. Yang Qin, wanted to say something, but when she saw Jiang Yuqing's expression, she swallowed her words. Although she hadn't been in West Hill for long, she had heard a lot of rumors about Jiang Yuqing. He was not someone to be trifled with. Chou Ding had already taken his leave. Yang Qin, and Ning Jiaojiao stayed for a while before leaving reluctantly. As soon as he walked out of the room, Chu Luyue saw Yuqi Song waiting not far away. Yi Ranran was also by his side. Hearing the commotion, the two of them turned their gazes over worriedly. Originally, they wanted to welcome them, but there were many people around, so they could only stay where they were and wait for Chu Luyue and Xiao Luo to walk over. Luyu, Wanzhou, how are you guys? Wei Qi Song scanned the two of them from head to toe as soon as he saw them. Chu Luyue smiled. What can happen to us? It's just that the third princess called us over to ask some questions. Really? Yuqi Song naturally didn't believe it. Judging from Yang Qin's expression just now, it was definitely not that simple. Of course. Aren't we fine now? It's getting late. Let's go back first. Yuqi Song could tell that Chu Luyue had some things that were inconvenient for him to say, so he didn't ask any more and only nodded vigorously. Okay. Let's go back. Chu Luyue and the others left safely. Yang Qin, and Ning Jiaojiao weren't so relaxed. The two of them walked out of the door one after another and were blocked by Chou Ding, who was waiting outside. He was burly like a small mountain and gave off an oppressive aura. I don't care what you want to do, but don't involve me in this kind of thing in the future. Chou Ding said sternly. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but later on, he saw it clearly. These two clearly wanted to lay their hands on Chu Luyue and even dragged him down. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but now, he had heard and seen it. He was completely tied to this matter. Although it wouldn't cause him to be punished, the feeling of being used for no reason was really disgusting. Ning Jiaojiao was frustrated and wasn't in the mood to deal with him. Got it. Chou Ding looked at the two of them warningly before leaving. Ning Jiaojiao was frustrated and could only vent her anger on Yang Qin, in the end. Didn't you say that it was foolproof? What's going on now? Yang Qin, wasn't any better than Ning Jiaojiao. Chu Luyue caught them off guard. Until now, she still didn't understand how Chu Luyue had the guts to let Shangguan Wan and the others check the Tianling God realm. She remembered clearly that the Long Yuan's sword was loose at that time. How could it still be there? Could it be that Chu Luyue really didn't take the Long Yuan sword in the end? But, that was the Long Yuan sword. How could Chu Luyue not be tempted by such a powerful legendary weapon? Seeing that Yang Qin, wasn't moving, Ning Jiaojiao couldn't help but push her. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Yang Qin, slapped her hand away and said impatiently. I'm listening. Do you think I'm not annoyed? If you have the time and energy to complain, why don't you think about what to do next? Ning Jiaojiao had a temper and was rarely contradicted like this, let alone by Yang Qin, who didn't have any background. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "What do you mean by this? Weren't you the one who told me about this first? Now that you've dragged me down, it's clearly your fault, but you want to push the blame to me? If you didn't see it clearly in the end, how would things have turned out like this?" Yang Qin sneered. "Now that things have come to this, it's useless no matter what you say. When the third princess's results are out, it won't be too late for you to come and reason with me. If it's really as Chu Luiyue said, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Ning Jiaojiao lowered her voice and said hatefully before leaving angrily. Yang Qin didn't show it on her face, but when she recalled Chu Luiyue's confident expression just now, she felt a little guilty. After the few of them left, only Shang Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing were left in the room. Shang Wanwan sat motionlessly on the chair with a gloomy expression and resentment in her eyes. Jiang Yuqing walked out and saw this scene when he returned after instructing Chan Yi and Sun Qi on what to do. He paused for a moment, but still walked over. "Wan, you already knew, didn't you?" Shang Wanwan suddenly spoke, her voice cold. Jiang Yuqing frowned. "What?" Shang Wanwan looked up and stared into his eyes. "You've seen Chu Luiyue before. Why didn't you tell me that she looked like this?" It was indeed because of this. Jiang Yuqing sighed in his heart and said, "It's just a face. It's just a face that's somewhat similar. Why do you care so much about it?" A strange sneer suddenly came from Shang Wanwan's throat. "Oh. Is that really what you think?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 549. Her voice made Jiang Yuqing very uncomfortable. However, he still endured it and leaned over. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Actually, I don't like her very much either, but I didn't expect her to become the champion of the Wanjing competition. Even if it's for her Yuan Meridian, you have to endure it for the time being." Shang Wanwan wasn't as easy to coax as before. The incident in the Tianling God realm had a huge impact on her, so much so that she was a little out of control now. She stood up abruptly and questioned, "What? Oh. You dare to say that you really didn't think of anything when you saw her face? If you didn't feel guilty, why didn't you tell me anything before?" God knew how shocked she was when she saw Chu Luiyue smile for the first time today. If Jiang Yuqing had reminded her previously, she wouldn't have lost her composure like that. What's there to feel guilty about? Wan, you just like to let your imagination run wild. I didn't tell you before because I felt that this matter wasn't worth mentioning at all. You've been too tired recently, so you're feeling uneasy. When your Yuan Meridian recovers, everything won't be a problem anymore. Jiang Yuqing knew Shang Wanwan's weakness too well, so he could always persuade her. As expected, Shang Wanwan's expression improved a lot at the mention of this. Jiang Yuqing coaxed Shang Wanwan for a while more before she was completely appeased. In the end, Jiang Yuqing personally sent Shang Wanwan back to the palace and watched her lie down to rest before finally leaving. After Jiang Yuqing left for a while, Chani walked in. "Third princess, young master Jiang has left." Shang Wanwan opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she didn't look sleepy at all. She sat up and thought for a moment before instructing, "Chan Yi, go and check on that Chu Luiyue and find out her background. If there's anything wrong, report back immediately. Also, get someone to keep an eye on the Jiang family. See if there's anything unusual recently." Chani respectfully acknowledged the order and retreated. Only Shang Wanwan was left in the hall. She lit the sandalwood incense and wanted to take a nap. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, Chu Luiyue's face would appear in his mind. And that face always made her think of more terrible things. After doing this a few times, she was so annoyed that she smashed everything in the house into pieces. She only stopped when there was nothing left to throw. "Men!" She finally opened her mouth and shouted. The palace servants outside immediately walked in. "Clean this up," Shang Wanwan ordered. The palace servants all lowered their heads. There was no surprise on their faces. Obviously, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. After tidying everything up in an orderly manner, another batch of identical items was placed on the table. It looked exactly the same as before. Shangguanwan finally gave up. On the other side, Chu Liuyue's group left Xinli Garden. Yuchi Song wanted to bring the two of them back to the Chongshu Pavilion, but Chu Luyue declined. When he heard that Chu Luyue was planning to buy a house in Weiling, Yuchi Song was a little surprised. When he saw Chu Luyue for the first time that day, the people from the Mu clan followed by her side. It was as if they treated Chu Luyue as an honored guest. She was living well in the Mu clan. Why did she suddenly want to move out? When Chu Luyue saw his expression, she knew that he had misunderstood, so she explained. Pavilion Master, I was chosen by Vice Admiral Mu, but it was Jian Fengqi who brought me here. Other than that, I have no other relationship with them. Only then did Yuchi Song realize that he had thought too much. He coughed awkwardly. I see. The rumors in Weiling recently seemed to be true. Even he was starting to believe them. It's not appropriate to keep living in the Mu clan. Little Zhou and I have already moved out. Although they said they were moving out, the two of them did not have much stuff. Yuchi Song suddenly asked, then do you have a choice? Chu Luyue shook her head. The Wanzheng competition had just ended. They did not have time to deal with these things. That was why she planned to find a place to stay with little Zhou before going to the Chongshu Pavilion. Yuchi Song's expression changed slightly. If you don't mind, I have an empty house for you to stay in. The group walked 3 streets and arrived in front of a house. Chu Luyue looked at the familiar door in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Yuchi Song's house in Weiling City? In the past, when he was free, he liked to stay here for a while. Chu Luyue had also been here many times. Although this house is a little remote, it's quiet. If you don't mind, you can stay here. As Yuchi Song spoke, he pushed open the door. There was no one inside, and many things had been packed up. Recalling the scene of Yuchi Song selling seals at 100 Herbs building, Chu Luyue frowned slightly. Is he planning to sell this place too? Seeing Chu Liuyue's expression, Yuchi Song thought that Chu Luyue did not like it. Actually, no one has lived in this house for a long time. If you don't like it, no, this house is very good. Little Zhou and I like peace and quiet. This place is just right. Chu Luyue hurriedly spoke and smiled brightly at Yuchi Song. If not for your help, little Zhou and I don't know when we would have found a house that we like. Yuchi Song was also very happy. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. Chu Luyue said. Pavilion Master, little Zhou and I can't stay in your house for free. Yuchi Song immediately shook his head. Lu you and Wanzhou are already disciples of Chongshu Pavilion. There's really no need to be so polite. Besides, I'm really happy that you chose Chongshu Pavilion today. Compared to all of this, a house was nothing. Yuchi Song was sincere. If it weren't for Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou today, Chongshu Pavilion basically wouldn't have anyone to choose. In the end, it would only become a laughing stock. They were helping Chong Su cabinet and helping him save his last bit of face. Chu Luyue wanted to say something but hesitated. Yuchi Song was obviously short of money now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started to sell these things. But he would never take his money. Chu Luyue thought for a moment and said, Pavilion Master, I have something to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you? Yuchi Song felt a little strange, but he still nodded. Of course. Chang Wanzhou and Yi Ranran knew that the two had something to discuss, so they stayed where they were. Chu Luyue and Yuchi Song went to another small courtyard. Luyu, what do you want to talk about? Yuchi Song looked at Chu Luyue kindly. Chu Luyue took a deep breath, took out a wooden box from his universe ring, and handed it over. Yuchi Song's expression froze. This was clearly what he sold in 100 Herbs building that day. How could it be in Chu Liyue's hands? Chu Liyue said softly, Pavilion Master, I bought this after you left that day. Now, it's returned to its original owner. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 550. Yuchi-song didn't expect that what Chu Liyue wanted to talk to him about was actually this. He looked at the wooden box with a complicated gaze and shook his head. Since you've already bought it, it's yours. You don't have to return it to me. Chu Liyue persistently pushed it forward. You said that it's mine. Then it's my freedom to do whatever I want with it now, isn't it? Yuchi-song was stunned. Pavilion Master, you've helped me and Xiaozhou. Take this as our return gift. If you don't want to accept it, then we really can't live here with a clear conscience. I'm afraid we'll have to find another place to live. Chu Liyue sighed softly. The price of your courtyard is definitely higher than the price of this seal. Speaking of which, we've made a profit. Besides, I saw that you were really reluctant to part with this thing that day. It must have a very special meaning to you, right? Since that's the case, please accept it. Yuchi-song hesitated for a long time before finally taking the wooden box. Chu Liyue was right. This seal wasn't his most valuable item, but he cherished it very much. Now that it was back in his hands after going through so much trouble, Luyu, thank you very much. Yuchi-song looked at Chu Liyue and said solemnly. Chu Liyue's eyes moved slightly and he smiled. I'm also a member of the Chongshu Pavilion now. Do you still need to thank me? In the future, I'll have to rely on you a lot. Yuchi-song put away the wooden box. Knowing that Chu Liyue was deliberately teasing him, he couldn't help but laugh. Since this matter has been resolved, when are you going to the Chongshu Pavilion? Chu Liyue blinked. I'm afraid it'll take some time. I still have something to do. Yuchi-song asked curiously, what's the matter? Chu Liyue revealed a meaningful smile. Naturally, it's about money. Spring Breeze Restaurant. In a private room on the second floor. Jian Fengqi was lying on the couch as usual. One of his long legs was curled up, one hand resting on his head, and gently waving the bone fan. Outside the screen, Shui Lu was playing the pipa. Jian Fengqi lazily closed his eyes as he listened to the music. He was so carefree and happy. Shui Lu was in a particularly good mood today. It was rare for her to finish playing a complete song. When the last sound fell, it really lingered in the air, lingering for 3 days. Only then did Shui Lu get up and walk behind the screen with the pipa in her arms. Then, she bent her knees and bowed. Young master, the song's over. Jian Fengqi opened one of his eyes and smiled as he threw a cosmic ring over. I'll take it. S to you, to me to you, you to, S to you. Tease to test sot S to you. Jian Fengqi smiled to tease. Little Lu, you're the only one in the entire West Hill. Shui Lu, raised her eyebrows. Of course, it's because my song's worth the price. Jian Fengqi did not argue with her. He just smiled. Shui Lu, sat down beside him. Back to the topic. I was interrupted when I just started talking about what happened last time. Since we have time today, it's time for you to talk to me. Jian Fengqi stretched. I knew you were going to ask this. I've just won some money, and I'm very tired. Can't you let me have a good rest? Shui Lu smiled like a spring breeze. Haven't you been resting since yesterday? Isn't it enough? Jian Fengqi immediately sat up. Cough cough, this young master was just speaking casually. Don't mind it, little Lu, However, Shui Lu did not reply. An extremely gentle smile appeared on her delicate and charming face. Jian Fengqi coughed. I've made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. Shui Lu's expression turned serious. You guessed right. That person does enter the palace every once in a while. Nominally, he's a celestial physician who treats the emperor, but in reality, his whereabouts are very secretive. His background is very mysterious. I've looked into it for a long time, and his identity is indeed fake. As expected. Shui Lu murmured. I knew there was something wrong with that person. Have you found out his true identity? Jian Fengqi smiled bitterly. My little Lu, you think too highly of me. Do you think it's so easy to find out the identity of the Emperor's celestial physician? I can't enter the palace every day. It's already not easy to find out about this, okay? Besides, I've been busy with Mu Qinghe's matter. I don't have time. Shui Lu pursed her red lips. Everyone in Shilling City knows that you two are rivals. Who would have thought that you're secretly helping him? It's not that I want to say this, but Jian Fengqi, you used to be on equal footing with him. Now, you've become his errand boy. You're really something. Jian Fengqi's face darkened. You know that, I don't know anything. Shui Lu's expression turned a little colder. I've never stopped you if you want to interact with him. You have your reasons. But, you can distinguish between right and wrong. Little Lu, actually, I'm not listening. Jian Fengqi shut his mouth and thought to himself, this little Lu, looks as gentle as water, but she's actually very fierce. She's also stubborn, smelly, and tough. It's a complete waste of saliva to talk to her. He decided to change the topic. Actually, my trip this time wasn't completely fruitless. Guess who I met? Shui Lu glanced at him lazily, as if it was up to him to say it or not. Jian Fengqi sat up straight, leaned in front of her, and gestured a number. 13. Shui Lu didn't realize it at first, but after a while, she suddenly realized something and covered her mouth subconsciously. Her eyes were full of shock. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Shui Lu whispered. Really? Her voice was trembling. Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes. Actually, I didn't see it with my own eyes. I just felt that the aura was very similar. But, it's probably right. According to my guess, it's a bit like. He gestured another number. 7. He had always been very sharp in this aspect. Shui Lu was silent for a while. It seems that the rumor is true. They've all gone outside? Of course. Otherwise, how do you think they could hide for so long? In order to capture those 13 people, Jiang Yuqing had put in a lot of effort. If he didn't choose to burn the boats, how could he deal with this overwhelming pursuit? Shui Lu stood up with a serious expression. She hugged the pipa in her arms tightly and paced back and forth. Jian Fengqi knew that this was her reaction when she was nervous. Although so much time had passed, she was still very concerned about this matter. But, they can't keep doing this. Shui Lu suddenly stopped halfway and quickly turned around. Outside the tightly locked door, there was the sound of light and quick footsteps. A clear female voice rang out with a hint of a smile on her face. Young Master Jian, are you inside? Jian Fengqi was stunned. Chu Luyue. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 551. How did she find this place? Jian Fengqi's mind turned, and he immediately understood why Chu Luyue was here. She's clearly here for money. His face darkened at the thought of this. Shui Lu quickly returned to her seat outside the screen, looking as if she had just finished playing. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jian Fengqi's face darkened even more. She already knew which room he was in, so why was she still knocking? Seeing that he was not moving, Shui Lu went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful woman's face came into view. Shui Lu played in Spring Breeze restaurant every day and had seen countless beautiful women. But when this woman appeared in front of her, her eyes still lit up. She revealed a faint smile. Miss, Chu Luyue looked at the woman in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing through her eyes. Why was Shui Lu in Spring Breeze restaurant? Wasn't she from Jinchuan? There was once a popular saying, Lu Er's music moves Jinchuan. It praised Shui Lu for playing the pipa well. Jinchuan was thousands of miles away from the Western Tomb, so why was she here? The women in Spring Breeze restaurant sold their skills, not their bodies. Moreover, the cost was extremely high. Ordinary people could not even afford a sip of tea here, let alone listen to the women play and sing. It seemed that Shui Lu had become the top hostess of Spring Breeze restaurant. She suppressed the surprise in her heart and smiled. I'm Chu Luyue. Shui Lu was stunned. Chu Luyue's name was like thunder in the Western Tomb recently. She did not expect her to look like this. Shui Lu greets Miss Chu. Chu Luyue glanced into the room. Is young Master Jian inside? Shui Lu gently nodded. Little Lu I won't see anyone today. Jian Fengqi's lazy voice came from inside. Shui Lu secretly cursed Jian Fengqi for using her as a shield again. But she still looked at Chu Luyue with a troubled expression. Miss Chu, you see, Chu Luyue suddenly said. Sister Shui Lu your hairpin is crooked. Ah. Shui Lu was shocked. She quickly turned around and walked to the front of the bronze mirror. She carefully looked at the hairpin on her head. Chu Luyue couldn't help but smile inwardly. Shui Lu cared a lot about hair accessories. Other than the pipa, that was the second most important thing to her. Sure enough, nothing had changed. While Shui Lu was looking at the mirror, she walked in and went behind the screen. Jian Fengqi did not expect her to barge in directly, and he was stunned for a moment. Young Master Jian, it seems like you've been living a carefree life. Chu Luyue sighed sincerely. When she came up, she had already heard that Jian Fengqi had booked all the girls' venues, but she didn't expect it to be the most expensive one, Shui Lu If he hadn't relied on her to earn money, would he have squandered it like this? Jian Fengqi finally reacted. Why are you here? Little Lu Little Lu After Shui Lu was done with her hairpin, she heard Jian Fengqi's voice. She turned around and saw that Chu Luyue had already walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. In a moment of carelessness, she actually forgot about this. Chu Luyue smiled at Shui Lu Miss Lu don't worry. This has nothing to do with you. Shui Lu was stunned. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. No wonder she felt that Chu Luyue looked familiar. Those eyebrows. Chu Luyue looked at Jian Fengqi. Young Master Jian, actually, I'm here to ask you if you've forgotten something. Jian Fengqi saw that he couldn't avoid it anymore. He held his forehead in pain. I didn't forget. I promised to give you the money, not a single cent less. However, this young master has placed bets in all the major casinos. It'll take a few days for all these debts to be settled. I can only give you the money after I've settled everything, right? However, Chu Luyue didn't fall for his trick. His smile became even warmer. I heard that in Xiling City, young Master Jian is famous for being a playboy. You're also a frequent customer of all the casinos. Even if their debts haven't been settled, you should at least remember how much money you've placed, right? Jian Fengqi's brain was very good. He always remembered clearly when it came to eating, drinking, and playing. This time, he had clearly made up his mind to make a huge profit. How could he forget how much he had bet? I'm not asking for much. It's only 1/10 of your profits. You should still be able to fork out this small amount of money, right? As Chu Luyue spoke, he let out a long sigh and revealed a worried expression. To be honest, I have no other choice. That's why I personally came to Chun Feng restaurant to look for you. I'm really short on money. Jian Fengqi's mouth twitched. Where in the world did this lass hear all this from? She did all the talking. Are you kidding me? You're short on money? Jian Fengqi looked at her suspiciously. You're living and eating at the Mu residence. Could it be that Mu Qinghe doesn't give you any money? He's not that stingy, is he? Chu Luiyue thought that Mu Qinghe really had nothing to do with being stingy. Jian Fengqi, on the other hand, was very clear about it. Young Master Jian, you might not know, but I've already moved out of the Mu residence. Jian Fengqi was stunned. Oh. Why did you suddenly move out? For the current Chu Luiyue, the Mu residence was actually an excellent choice. She had just won the Wanjing competition, and now she wanted to cut ties with Mu Qinghe. Chu Luiyue couldn't be bothered to explain too much to him. She only said that she was already a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion and would be living in Xiling in the future. That was why she found herself a house. Everything in Xiling is good, but the prices are too high. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, everything costs money. Young Master Jian, can you really bear to see me living on the streets? Chu Luiyue said sincerely. Jian Fengqi's mouth twitched. She would live on the streets? It would be good enough if she didn't let others live on the streets. That. Actually, I've bet most of my money in the casino. I haven't gotten back a lot of it, so I really can't take out so much in such a short time. How about I give you a portion first? Jian Fengqi was about to negotiate with Chu Luiyue. However, as soon as he said that, he received a disdainful look from Shui Lu. TSK, this guy took out 100,000 white crystal coins without batting an eyelid. Now he's pretending to be poor. From what he said, it was obvious that he had promised to share the money with Chu Luiyue, but now he wanted to renege on his promise. Bah! Useless! She walked up and gently persuaded him. Young Master Jian, you've always been a man of your words and generous. Now that Miss Chu is in trouble, you'll help her, right? Previously, there was a rumor that Jian Fengqi liked Chu Luiyue, but now it seemed to be complete nonsense. Jian Fengqi suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Then I'll think of a way to raise the money. As he spoke, he took out a universe ring. Then, he took out another universe ring. When he took out the fifth universe ring, Shui Lu's expression gradually froze. However, Jian Fengqi didn't stop. How much did he win? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 552. Jian Fengqi took out a total of 8 Qian Kuan rings. These should be enough. Jian Fengqi tried his best not to look at the 8 Qian Kuan rings, but his heart was still bleeding. Chu Luiyue checked them one by one and finally showed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. She carefully put away the 8 Qian Kuan rings and looked at Jian Fengqi. She said with utmost sincerity, Young Master Jian, without this money of yours, I really can't do anything in West Hill. I really don't know how to thank you. Jian Fengqi seemed to have lost all his strength as he waved his hand weakly. You can go. You're welcome. Last time, Chu Luiyue took away so much money from him because of the word, thank you. Now that he heard her say that word again, his heart was trembling. This woman is too scary. Shui Lu, who was standing beside them, was already stunned. The size of the Qian Kuan rings varied according to their level. The ones that Jian Fengqi took out just now were all of high quality, and each of them could hold a lot of things. It went without saying what was inside. And he took out 8 of them at once, and gave them all to Chu Luiyue. Most importantly, this seemed to be only 1/10 of his profits. Did he rob all the casinos in the West Hill? Seeing Chu Luiyue put away the 8 Qian Kuan rings, Shui Lu suddenly understood why Jian Fengqi kept delaying and even tried to act shamelessly. If she had to give away so much money at once, she would be very reluctant. Jian Fengqi looked at her sadly. If she hadn't added fuel to the fire just now, he could have at least delayed it for another day. Although he didn't really intend to go back on his word, this feeling was too good. Chu Luiyue didn't plan to stay after successfully getting the money, so he directly bid farewell. If that's the case, I won't disturb young Master Jian from listening to the music. Jian Fengqi waved his hand weakly again. If he looked at Chu Luiyue again, he would feel that another piece of his flesh had been cut off. Chu Luiyue bowed and was about to leave. However, the moment she turned around, she caught a glimpse of a square jade pendant on Jian Fengqi's couch. It seemed to have fallen off his body. The jade token was translucent white and looked very ordinary. However, the edges of the jade token were engraved with exquisite cloud patterns. In the middle of it, there was a small word engraved. Medicine. Chu Luiyue was shocked. This jade pendant was clearly something that only the celestial physician of the Tianling royal family would have. How could Jian Fengqi have something like this? Seeing Chu Luiyue hesitating and not leaving, Jian Fengqi asked curiously, Weren't you going to leave? Chu Luiyue snapped out of her daze and glanced at Jian Fengqi's sleeve without batting an eyelid. She smiled and turned to leave the room. After Chu Luiyue left, Shui Lu walked over. Chapter 553. Chu Luiyue thought for a long time, but she couldn't figure it out, so she put this matter aside for the time being. She turned around and walked toward 100 Herbs building. On one hand, she planned to redeem the things that Yuqi Song had mortgaged. On the other hand, Chang Wanzhou had already finished all 3 pills in the Tianling God realm. It was time for him to buy some herbs and refine new pills. The cold and evil energy in his body had accumulated for many years, and it definitely couldn't be completely removed overnight. Fortunately, she was rich now. Otherwise, she might not be able to support Chang Wanzhou. Please let us go this time. We already know our mistake. We'll never do such a thing again. Yeah. My family said that if I can't get the ban lifted, they won't let me go back. Please help us. We really didn't mean it that day. Do you really want to force us into a dead end? Even if you don't let us in, it's fine. As long as you don't implicate our families. Chu Luiyue had just arrived at 100 Herbs building when she saw a group of people gathered at the door from afar. She walked closer and saw a few young women standing in front of the 100 Herbs building's door, begging bitterly. A servant stood on the steps with a polite smile on his face, but his words were very cruel and cold. I'm really sorry, ladies. This is an order from the supervisor himself. I'm just a servant. How would I dare to go against the supervisor's wishes? You should go back. We're not the only ones selling herbs in Xiling City, right? A haggard woman smiled bitterly. But only you have some herbs. 100 Herbs building had a very high status in Xiling City, and they monopolized many kinds of herbs. Some of them could only be bought from them. The servant smiled. Then this has nothing to do with 100 Herbs building. It's better for you to find another way. After he finished speaking, he gave a look to the guards beside him. A few burly guards immediately stepped forward. Ladies, please, standing at the door would affect their business. However, the women refused to leave. Where could they go if they left? One of the women directly knelt down with tears on her face. I only ask for Manager Yu's mercy. Seeing this, the other 2 women also knelt down. The expression on the manservant's face turned cold. It seemed that these women were really brainless. They actually dared to make trouble in front of their 100 Herbs building. Hurry up and ask these ladies to leave. A few guards immediately picked them up, intending to take them away by force. Although these women were also cultivators, they were no match for these guards. They could only struggle madly. The shrill woman's voice sounded very ear-piercing. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. What was 100 Herbs building doing? He actually dared to chase away a guest in public? Doing business had always been about making money through harmony. A large part of the reason why 100 Herbs building could develop to its current scale was that they had always treated their customers extremely well. He had never heard of such a thing happening in the 100 Herbs building before. At this moment, the manservant looked up and saw Chu Luiyue in the crowd. A big smile immediately blossomed on his face, and he quickly walked over. Miss Chu. What wind blew you here? Come in, come in. Chu Luiyue didn't expect the manservant to be so sharp-eyed that he could recognize her at a glance. She had no choice but to step forward. What she didn't know was that after last time, she had become the most desired customer of all the manservants in the 100 Herbs building. She was rich and straightforward. She bought whatever she wanted without even blinking her eyes. And she was approachable. She didn't put on airs at all. Chu Luiyue wasn't the only black gold card VIP in the 100 Herbs building, but they were basically all rich and powerful people. They always carried a faint pressure and were very difficult to serve. But Chu Luiyue was different. She was always amiable and had good eyesight. She could often pick out good things after looking around. Could there be a better customer than her? As Chu Luiyue walked in, she glanced at the girls from the corner of her eye and casually asked, "What's going on?" The manservant bowed and smiled, "It's nothing. It's just that those women spoke rudely in the 100 Herbs building before, so the supervisor ordered that they and their families would no longer be received." "Did they disturb you?" Chu Luiyue shook her head. No. She didn't know what those women said to be punished so severely. No wonder they were crying and making a fuss here without any regard for their dignity. They were probably forced to do so by their families. In the end, this was a matter of the 100 Herbs building. Chu Luiyue didn't intend to interfere, so she didn't continue asking. However, just as she was about to step through the door, a woman suddenly broke free from the restraint of the guards and rushed behind Chu Luiyue. She knelt down with a plop and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Miss Chu, please let us go." Chu Luiyue looked back in confusion. This woman was unfamiliar. She had never seen her before. It was clearly the 100 Herbs building that chose not to serve them. Why was she begging her? The manservant's expression turned cold. He immediately stood in front of Chu Luiyue and shouted at the guards, "Are you all incompetent? You should at least take responsibility for disturbing Miss Chu." The people behind hurriedly rushed over and tried to take the woman away. However, the woman seemed to be grasping at straws. She kept begging Chu Luiyue for help. "Miss Chu, we know that we were wrong. We shouldn't have criticized you behind your back. But we really didn't mean any harm. Now that we've been punished, please ask manager you to spare us. We beg you." She shouted and cried. Just as she was pulled up, she was forced to kneel on the ground again. She looked really miserable and pitiful. Chu Luiyue was confused. This matter had something to do with her? She said to the guards, "You guys stop first and let her finish." The guards looked at each other. The manservant immediately said, "Didn't you hear what Miss Chu said? Let them all come here." He looked at the woman and said coldly, "Answer Miss Chu's questions honestly." That woman nodded like she was pounding garlic. She then told Chu Luiyue about what happened that day. Of course, she didn't go into detail about what they criticized Chu Luiyue. She just glossed over it. The rest was frantically begging for mercy. "Miss Chu, we really didn't mean it. We really won't dare to do it again, but this time, we beg you." Chu Luiyue fell into silence after hearing this. She didn't speak for a long time. She knew that these people had said something unpleasant. She didn't sympathize with them at all. But in fact, there were many people who criticized her behind her back. If she had to hold everyone accountable, she would have been exhausted. But when did 100 Herbs building have such a rule? Was the status of a black gold card VIP so high? "Actually, what are you doing?" A quiet and clear voice suddenly sounded. The manservant and the others immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, manager you. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 554. Chu Luiyue looked up. A man in his 30s, dressed in a white robe, walked over. He was elegant, refined, and steady. He didn't look like a shrewd businessman, but more like a scholar. It turned out that this person was the manager of the 100 Herbs building. Yuling walked to Chu Luiyue and stood in front of her, smiling. "It's rare for Miss Chu to visit my humble shop. Why are you standing at the door?" Chu Luiyue was surprised. Manager, you knows me? Yu Ling smiled and nodded. At the Wanzheng competition, Miss Chu was dazzling. So you went to watch the Wanzheng competition? Chu Luiyue also smiled. Thank you for your praise, Manager Yu. I didn't expect such a busy person like Manager Yu to have such leisure time. Yu Ling's strength was definitely above that of a 7th stage warrior. Logically speaking, he wouldn't take these competitions too seriously. Besides, he was the manager of the 100 Herbs building, not the leader of any gang. It was really strange that he would spend time watching this. Yu Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't say that he went to crazily make up lessons, right? Miss Chu left as quickly as she came. When she came to the 100 Herbs building before, he didn't see her and regretted it. He wanted to find an opportunity to meet her so that he wouldn't not recognize her in the future. However, Chu Luiyue lived in the Mu residence and was heavily guarded, so there was no chance. In the end, he could only choose to go to the Xuanji Square. After waiting for a few days, she finally came out and won first place. Only then did he really look at Chu Luiyue in a new light. That compliment just now was also sincere. Chu Luiyue raised her chin. I wanted to go in, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Yu Ling had actually recognized those women long ago. When he rushed over just now and saw those women making a scene in front of Chu Luiyue, he even had the heart to kill those women. If this matter was known by the higher-ups, he would be punished for lack of supervision. If he really angered Chu Luiyue, he felt a chill on his neck. Miss Chu, please forgive us. We didn't handle this matter well and caused you trouble. How about this, I'll accompany you in the selection. As Yu Ling spoke, he gave the guard and the servant a warning look. Everyone immediately took action, wanting to take those people away. A woman wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt a powerful pressure descend upon her. Her chest felt stuffy, and she couldn't say a word. The other 2 women were the same. Chu Luiyue glanced at it and guessed that Yu Ling had personally taken action. She paused for a moment before continuing. I heard that this matter is related to me, Miss Chu, you misunderstand. The cause of this incident was that they had publicly humiliated a black gold card VIP in the territory of the 100 Herbs building. This is not only a humiliation to our honored guests, but also a contempt to our 100 Herbs building. Until now, it was their own fault for speaking carelessly. Regardless of whether it was you or someone else, the outcome would be the same. Yu Ling's expression was indifferent, but his tone was unquestionable. He glanced at those people and said indifferently, if you're not afraid that you won't be able to buy any herbs in Xiling City in the future, you can continue to cause trouble. The struggling movements of the women suddenly froze. The onlookers also fell silent for a moment. This was a blatant threat. No one doubted whether the 100 Herbs building had the ability to do so. Since Yu Ling dared to say it in public, he could definitely do it. The 100 Herbs building had never taken the initiative to cause trouble, but when faced with such troublemakers, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. Chu Luiyue thought to herself. This manager Yu looked gentle, but he was very bold. No wonder he could support the 100 Herbs building. Those women knew that it was hopeless. If they continued to cause trouble, the situation would only get worse. They had no choice but to leave in a daze. After walking for a distance, the pressure on their bodies dissipated. One of the women couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? We just casually said a few words. How did this happen? How did this happen?" Yu Ling coldly retracted his gaze. The mistake was that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. He looked at Chu Luiyue. The frost on his face dissipated, and he smiled slightly. Miss Chu, please. Yu Ling followed Chu Luiyue in. Miss Chu, what do you want to see this time? Many people in the exhibition hall on the first floor looked over with envy in their eyes. The manager of the 100 Herbs building personally accompanied. This was the first time. But Chu Luiyue was a black gold card VIP. Chu Luiyue paused. Like last time, I want 5 times the amount. Yu Ling raised his eyebrows. Last time, Chu Luiyue directly spent 90,000 white crystal coins here, which was already considered generous. He didn't expect that this time, he would directly ask for so much. 5 times the amount. It was hundreds of thousands of white crystal coins. Even in the entire Xiling city, there were definitely not many people who could take out so much money at once. And looking at Chu Luiyue's expression, he didn't seem to feel sorry at all. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Obviously, they were stunned by Chu Luiyue's big spending. At this time, they suddenly understood why Yu Ling would forever reject those women just because they offended Chu Luiyue. Even if they went bankrupt, they couldn't take out so much money. However, this was just the money that Chu Luiyue casually spent. Yu Ling said to the stunned servant beside him. Why aren't you preparing immediately? For Miss Chu, be sure to choose the best. Yes. Yes. The servants suddenly woke up and hurriedly went to transfer the goods. Many servants sighed when they saw this. Why did the manager come today? If he didn't come, any one of them would be involved in Chu Luiyue's order today and would be rich. Unfortunately, the manager stood there as if he wanted to accompany them to the end. They were afraid that they couldn't interfere. Miss Chu, there are some new things on the second floor recently. Do you want to take a look? Yu Ling asked. Chu Luiyue nodded. Okay. Please. After saying that, Yu Ling led Chu Luiyue to the second floor. After the two of them left for a while, in the quiet exhibition hall on the first floor, someone heaved a heavy sigh. Oh my God. How much money did she spend just now? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Comparisons are odious. We have to choose carefully when we buy things on the first floor, but she went directly to the second floor. She's really rich. Strange, when Miss Chu came last time, she was accompanied by the people from the Mu clan. Why didn't I see them this time? Everyone was discussing, but it had nothing to do with Chu Luiyue. Although it was quite satisfying to kill Mu Qinghe, it had to be said that she was more confident in spending her own money. Besides, it was really difficult for her to spend all her money now. The second floor had always been deserted, and there was not a single customer today. Chu Luiyue seemed to have booked the whole place. Yu Ling glanced at her and said tentatively, Miss Chu, you can choose whatever you like. You were shocked at the entrance today, so everything you buy today will be 30% off. Originally, he didn't want to take the money, but it seemed that the higher-ups didn't want Miss Chu to know. It was not good to be too obvious. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 555. 30% discount? Isn't it said that the black gold card has a 15% discount? Chu Luiyue asked in confusion. Even after she spent nearly 100,000 white crystal coins last time, the discount did not increase, but there was a seat on the third floor. Yu Ling coughed, this, because you bought more things this time, and, didn't you plan to buy other things? It's only right to give you a discount. In Xiling City, there aren't many guests as generous as you. The last sentence was true, and Yu Ling said it very sincerely. Chu Luiyue did not think much and nodded with a smile, yes. The pavilion master of Chongshu Pavilion sold a lot of things here before, right? I want all the ones that are still in stock. Yu Ling was surprised, really? You want all of them? Yes. Seeing that Chu Luiyue looked serious and did not seem to be joking, Yu Ling's expression also became much more serious. In that case, please wait for a moment, I'll ask them to get it. Because Elder Song came one after another, it will take some time to count all of them. I can wait. Chu Luiyue did not mind and walked casually along the crystal cabinet. There were indeed a lot of rare medicinal herbs. The 100 Herbs building was really good in this aspect, no wonder they were so confident. After Yu Ling finished instructing the servant and came back, Chu Luiyue looked at the medicinal herbs in the crystal cabinet and asked casually. By the way, General Manager you just said that Elder Song came one after another. How long has it been? Yu Ling thought for a moment, about half a year. At first, he was quite shocked by this matter, so he had a deep impression of it. More than half a year. How much damage did the Chongshu Pavilion suffer to cause Yuchi Song to be in such a state? It was no wonder that Jiu-Xing Alliance was tempted to take over. I'm afraid that the Chongshu Pavilion is not having a good time in Xiling now. It seems that Miss Chu is very interested in Elder Song's things? Yu Ling asked. Chu Luiyue wasn't afraid of being questioned. Manager Yu, you may not know this, but I am now a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. News of what happened in Xianli Garden had not yet spread, so it was normal that Yu Ling did not know about it. As expected, Yu Ling was stunned for a moment. Are you saying that after the Wanjing competition, you chose the Chongshu Pavilion? Didn't they say that they could choose any of the major sects? Moreover, Chu Luiyue was number 1. Wouldn't it be easy for him to go to any school? Why did he choose the Chongshu Pavilion? Chu Luiyue nodded. Yu Ling had always been good with words. But, he didn't know what to say at this time. Congratulate him? Entering the current Chongshu Pavilion was really not something worth congratulating. Say it's a pity? Obviously, this was Chu Luiyue's choice. Chu Luiyue had already expected such a reaction from him, so she didn't take it to heart and chose a few herbs that she liked. Yu Ling followed beside her. He wanted to explain a thing or two to her, but he soon realized that he was useless. Chu Luiyue was very straightforward when it came to buying things. She would often buy whatever she liked. Occasionally, she would ask a question or two, such as the age. Moreover, her guesses were very accurate. Gradually, Yu Ling finally confirmed that the situation that was reported previously was not exaggerated. Chu Luiyue could indeed be considered proficient in this field. But, why did she need so many precious herbs? According to her current age, it would be a little difficult for her to refine these herbs. However, Yu Ling did not ask. Chu Luiyue chose a few more herbs. Then, a servant organized Yuchi Song's things and sent them over. With a rough glance, there were at least dozens of things. Chu Luiyue opened a few boxes and took a look. As expected, they were all very familiar things. She really didn't know how Yuchi Song felt when he sold all these things. Chu Luiyue sighed softly in her heart. She didn't look at them anymore and put them all into the interspatial ring. Everything was settled together. Yu Ling personally made a list, counted it, and said with a smile, after the discount, it's a total of 1,050,000 white crystal coins. Even though the surrounding manservants already had a premonition, when they heard this number, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Luiyue handed over an interspatial ring that she had just taken from Jian Fengqi. Sorry to trouble you, General Manager Yu. Yu Ling took the interspatial ring, looked down, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a special interspatial ring of Dragon Teeth Mountain. He had only seen it in Jian Fengqi's hands. Could this money be from Jian Fengqi? But he quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart and took out the corresponding amount of white crystal coins. When he took it away, he deliberately glanced at Chu Luiyue. She looked relaxed as if she didn't care about the 1 million white crystal coins at all. Tut! Her bearing alone was more powerful than many disciples of aristocratic families. No wonder, Miss Chu, you have spent more than 1 million white crystal coins in the 100 Herbs building. A private room will be opened for you on the 3rd floor. It will be yours forever. Would you like to have a look now? Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed with surprise. So fast? Yu Ling's eyes flickered slightly. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he had been busy with this matter since he received the order from above. The efficiency of the 100 Herbs building has always been like this. Chu Luiyue thought about it and refused. I won't go today. I'll come back another day. She had been outside for long enough today. It was time to go back. Yu Ling personally saw her out of the gate of the 100 Herbs building. It was not until Chu Luiyue's figure disappeared that Yu Ling exhaled softly. Recalling the scene just now, he felt a little conflicted. That interspatial ring. Thousands of miles away. At the top of the floating island, there was a majestic palace that had been standing there for a long time. Soldiers in heavy armor and holding long sabers stood on both sides. The atmosphere was majestic. A tall and slender figure was walking toward the main entrance of the hall. It was Rongxiu. He had changed into a black brocade robe today. The collar was embroidered with gold thread, the cuffs were embroidered with clouds, and a black cloak was draped over his shoulders. If Chu Luiyue was here, she would find that Rongxiu seemed to have changed into a different person. The aura that was once as gentle as jade was swept away, and in its place was absolute coldness and majesty. He killed decisively and looked down on everyone else. Rongxiu was like a sheathed sword. He hid his sharpness and was gentle and reserved. But now, he was like a saber filled with a murderous aura. With a light wave, he could tear the world apart. Finally, he stood in front of the soldiers. Everyone knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." Rongxiu's eyes were as cold as a saber as they swept across the crowd. The unparalleled palace sent people to assassinate I with the intention of rebellion. The evidence is conclusive. They should be punished. Today, I will personally go to war against the unparalleled palace. Kill them all. Yes, Your Highness. Kill. 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 Shouts shook the sky. Yan Qing and Umo, who were standing behind Rongxiu, looked at each other. There were many people who coveted the position of His Highness. In the past few years, there had been a lot of trouble. But this was the first time that His Highness had issued a kill order. They did not know what the people sent by the unparalleled palace had done to make His Highness want to kill them at all costs. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 556. Tianling Palace. Huayang Palace. Elder Duanmu, what's the result of the investigation? Shang Guanwan asked nervously. Duanmu Chun shook his head. Don't worry, third princess. Everything is normal in the Tianling God realm. The Long Yuan sword hasn't been taken away. Shang Guanwan's heart finally settled down. That's good, Duanmu Chun looked at her strangely. Third princess, why did you suddenly think of this? If the Long Yuan sword isn't here, the Tianling God realm shouldn't be able to continue existing. Shang Guanwan forced a smile. I know. It's just that I've been feeling uneasy ever since the Tianling God realm was opened for the Wanjing competition. I feel that the ancestors will blame me for this. That's why I wanted to ask Elder Duanmu to confirm that it didn't affect the Tianling God realm in any way. She patted her chest and frowned. If it's really my fault that the Tianling God realm suffered any losses, then I really can't absolve myself from the blame. Duanmu Chun looked at her and sighed. The third princess was actually quite good in all aspects, but she didn't have the courage to do things. She was the one who suggested opening the Tianling God realm back then, but she was still the one who was worried and even regretful now. If the princess was still here, this probably wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, the third princess was in power now and had absolute authority. Although there were other princes and princesses in the royal family, no one was more suitable for the current position than the third princess. If His Majesty couldn't wake up, the third princess would very likely take the throne directly. Third princess, you're thinking too much. You're also thinking for the entire Tianling dynasty. The Tianling God realm, he paused, feeling a little hesitant. Actually, after he entered the Tianling God realm, he felt that something was wrong. Although the Long Yuan sword was still there, the world was in chaos, and it didn't look like it had been silent for 1,000 years. However, he had never entered before, so he wasn't sure what was going on. What's wrong? Elder Duanmu? Shang Guanwan asked. Duanmu Chun suppressed the suspicion in his heart. Nothing. I just feel that you might feel more at ease if you personally enter the Tianling God realm to take a look. Shang Guanwan's expression froze for a moment before she moved her lips. I've been concentrating on cultivating and preparing for a breakthrough, so I don't have the time for now. Let's talk about it after a while. Duanmu Chun did not suspect anything and bowed respectfully. Yes. After you successfully break through this time, you can try to summon the Long Yuan sword. If you can succeed. He paused and swallowed the rest of his words. A hint of resentment flashed through Sheng Wanwan's eyes, but there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. I understand what Elder Duanmu means. Duanmu Chun bowed and left. When his figure disappeared outside the hall, the smile on Sheng Wanwan's face quickly disappeared. She knew very well what Duanmu Chun meant. Since her father was unconscious, she was the eldest in the royal family. It was only right for her to take over everything. Although she had full authority over all matters of the Tianling dynasty, she did not have the right to do so. At the end of the day, she was only using the identity of the third princess. The throne of the Tianling dynasty was not only passed down to the princes. If the princess was outstanding enough, she could also fight for it. Just like how her father had planned to officially abdicate the throne during his wedding in Shangguanyu. If she wanted to take the next step, there were only two ways. First, her father had passed away, and she would naturally inherit the throne. However, the problem now was that not only could they not let her father pass away quietly, but they also had to think of a way to wake him up. Therefore, this path was not going to work no matter what. Second, she had to prove her ability and forcefully take over the throne. However, she was not Shangguanyu. Without the Tianjing Yuan meridian, the people below her would definitely not be willing to submit to her. If she could summon the Long Yuan sword, it would be enough to prove that she was qualified to sit on that throne. A Long Yuan sword would be enough to defeat all the rumors and slanders. However, not to mention summoning the Long Yuan sword, even entering the Tianling God realm was a difficult task for her. Sheng Wanwan was frustrated. Chani. Bring Yang Qin to me. Yang Qin arrived at Huayang Palace and saw the expressionless Sheng Wanwan sitting at the head of the table. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. She walked over and knelt down. Sheng Wanwan looked at her and sneered. Do you know why I called you here? Yang Qin braced herself and said, It's the Long Yuan sword. Sheng Wanwan said slowly, That's right. I've already checked it. I've already checked, and the Long Yuan sword is still in the Tianling God realm. I knew it. How could this be? Yang Qin instantly panicked. Impossible. This is impossible. I saw it clearly at that time. Are you doubting me? Sheng Wanwan asked. Yang Qin almost bit off her tongue. No. Sheng Wanwan stood up and walked slowly to her. Raise your head. Yang Qin raised her head stiffly. Smack. There was a loud slap. Yang Qin was directly slapped to the ground, and half of her face quickly became red and swollen. How dare you make a fool out of me like this? You must be tired of living. Yang Qin covered her face, and her voice trembled. Be but third princess, Ning Jiaojiao also, smack. There was another slap. Who is Ning Jiaojiao and who are you? Sheng Wanwan found it laughable. Ning Jiaojiao was the only daughter of the Xianfeng Hall's hall master. She couldn't really do anything to Ning Jiaojiao. However, an insignificant Yang Qin, It didn't matter. Sheng Wanwan stared at Yang Qin, and suddenly said, I remember that you have a superior Daijing Yuan meridian, right? In the evening, Chu Luiyue returned to the house and was surprised to find a freshly written plaque hanging above the door. Chu Residence. It was obvious that it was Yuqi Song's handwriting. She pushed the door open and entered. She immediately realized that the entire house had changed. The dejected aura from before was swept away. She had just taken 2 steps when she saw Chang Wanzhou walk out from the corner. He was actually holding a rag in his hand. Yi Ranran followed behind him. His sleeves were rolled up, and he was dragging a broom. Chu Liuyue's eyelids twitched. What are you doing? Yi Ranran smiled shyly, and 2 small dimples appeared on his round little face. Lu Yu, you're back. We're tidying up the courtyard. What do you think? Chu Luiyue could obviously see that they were tidying up the courtyard. The key was, how did you convince little Zhou to do these things? He looked like he really had nothing to do with these things. According to his personality, he really didn't seem like he would agree to do these things. Yi Ranran smiled brightly and said, actually, I originally planned to do it alone. But Wanzhou took the initiative to help, so I let him do it. Chu Luiyue looked at Chang Wanzhou in shock. Chang Wanzhou turned his face away awkwardly and hid the rag behind his back as he said coldly, I cleaned your room. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 557. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh and walked over. You don't have to do this. It's my room. I can clean it myself. Chang Wanzhou looked at her strangely. But I'm your follower now. So this is what I should do. Chang Wanzhou said firmly. Although he hadn't done this for a long time, it didn't mean that he couldn't. You can go and take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll change it. Chu Luiyue blinked and suddenly realized something. Little Zhou, don't tell me you think that as a follower, you have to do these things? Chang Wanzhou said affirmatively, yes. Otherwise, what's the use of having a follower? Chu Luiyue looked at his confident face and felt a headache coming on. She didn't know what the person he met back then was thinking, teaching him such things. The more she looked at it, the more it seemed that he treated Chang Wanzhou as a little servant. But every time that person was mentioned, Chang Wanzhou's expression would always be much gentler. Although he never said it, Chu Luiyue could feel that he missed that person very much. That was why he traveled thousands of miles and went through so much trouble to come all the way from Nanjiang to West Hill. That person must have treated Chang Wanzhou sincerely, which was why he couldn't forget him. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue smiled. Although you're my follower now, I won't ask anything of you. In the future, you can do these things if you want to. If you don't want to, don't. Do you understand? Otherwise, she would always have the illusion that she was bullying a child. Chang Wanzhou thought for a while. You don't like me doing this? Or do you think I'm not doing well? Chu Luiyue smiled helplessly and rubbed his hair. It seemed that this child couldn't understand what she really meant for a while. No. You're doing very well. Chang Wanzhou looked doubtful. But you haven't seen it yet. Yi Ranran said excitedly. Yes. Lu Yu, go and take a look. Wanzhou is very clean. You did even better than me. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Was this something to be proud of? He even provoked two geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian to compete here? Helpless, she could only raise her hands in surrender. I'll go take a look now. Come quickly. Yi Ranran ran to the front excitedly. Chang Wanzhou habitually followed behind Chu Luiyue. After walking for a while, he arrived at her room. Although it was her room, she hadn't had the time to go in and take a look. Under the gaze of the two people beside him, Chu Luiyue pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the situation in the room, Chu Luiyue was shocked. Isn't this too clean? Every place was as clean as new, and even the ground could clearly reflect her own shadow. She didn't take this matter to heart before, but now that she saw it, she finally understood why Yi Ranran was so excited. Chang Wanzhou seemed to be extraordinarily outstanding in this aspect. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but look back at Chang Wanzhou and ask suspiciously, Little Wanzhou, be honest. Xiao Zhou, tell me honestly. Have you been doing this kind of thing for decades? Is that why you're so proficient? Chu Luiyue couldn't even think of a suitable word to describe it. Chang Wanzhou's face darkened. Chu Luiyue coughed and walked inside. There was a small wooden coffee table on the small couch by the window. Chu Luiyue walked closer. There was a chessboard and 2 jars of chess pieces on it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Where did this kid find these things? They're placed quite well. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she picked up a cup of ginger tea beside the chessboard in surprise. Little Zhou, how did you know that I like to place ginger tea beside the chessboard when I play chess? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 558. Chang Wanzhou was stunned. I've always placed it like this. Always? Chu Luiyue immediately understood. Did you do the same when you were with that person in the past? She likes to do this too. Chang Wanzhou replied. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. There were many people who liked to play chess and drink tea. However, there were very few people who liked to put ginger tea beside the chessboard. At least among the people Chu Luiyue knew, she had never seen anyone else like this except for herself. In that case, it's quite a coincidence. That person was called Yu, and she was also called Yu. That person liked to put ginger tea beside the chess jar, and she liked it too. It seemed that it was fate that she met Chang Wanzhou. Chu Luiyue rubbed the teacup in her hand. The tea inside was still hot, and white smoke was rising in spirals. There was a hint of spiciness in the faint bitterness, and it was especially refreshing. She suddenly became curious about that person. If that person was still alive, it should be quite interesting to meet him. Chang Wanzhou was thinking about something, and he was a little distracted. Chu Luiyue called out to him twice before he came back to his senses. What? Chu Luiyue said, I said, let's all rest and adjust for today. We'll go to Chongshu Pavilion tomorrow. Yuchi Song had already gone back, and she specifically left Yi Ranran behind to help them. Therefore, Yi Ranran would also stay here tonight. Although this courtyard was not as big as Mu Mansion, it was more than enough for a few more people to stay. Yi Ranran quickly left. Chang Wanzhou seemed to have something to say and stayed behind. Chu Luiyue walked over and asked with a smile, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Chang Wanzhou's back was facing the door, and the afterglow shone on his soft blonde hair, making it glow brilliantly. Even his ears seemed to be transparent, outlining the contours of his exquisite face. However, his facial features were hidden in the shadows, half lit and half dark. It was difficult to see his features clearly. Only his eyes shone with a mysterious and obscure light. He was silent for a long time before he asked softly, have you been to Nanjiang before? Chu Luiyue shook her head. No. The light in Chang Wanzhou's eyes was instantly extinguished like a candle flame. Chu Luiyue's heart inexplicably, as if it was weighed down by something heavy. I understand. After saying that, Chang Wanzhou turned around to leave. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly stopped. Do you think she doesn't remember me? His voice was very soft, almost dispersing in the wind. His usual cold tone was gone, and his usual stubborn tone was gone as well. At this time, Chang Wanzhou was like a child who had suddenly lost his direction. He did not know where to go. Chu Luiyue looked at his back. The young man's excessively thin figure was hidden in his loose and rough clothes, swaying. A deep sense of loneliness emanated from his body and shrouded him. How can that be? Chu Luiyue said softly. You are so obedient and outstanding. She will not forget you. If she knows that you are looking for her, she will definitely come looking for you. Chang Wanzhou was silent for a long time. You are right. She will not forget me. Without me, who will make tea for her? Who will help her grind the chess pieces? His tone was much firmer, as if he was trying to convince someone. She will not forget me. With that, he left without looking back. His footsteps were hurried, as if he was worried that something would catch up to him. Chu Luiyue's lips moved, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, this was Chang Wanzhou's own business. When things settled down here, perhaps he could help him look for her. Chu Luiyue stood there for a while before returning to his room and began to refine pills. As her strength broke through to the 4th rank, she also officially became a 4th-rank celestial physician. As a result, it was much easier for her to refine pills than before. After she finished refining 3 pills, she stopped and began to recuperate. It was not until she circulated her force 3 times that she finally stopped and lay down to rest. A peaceful night's sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Luyue and the other 2 went to the Chongshu Pavilion together. The Chongshu Pavilion was located on Qingyuan Mountain. Xiling City was extremely large. There were mountains inside and outside the city. The positions of the various sects were different and they were quite far from each other. Therefore, they generally lived in peace. Qingyuan Mountain was located in the northeast corner of Xiling City. What was special about it was that it was a lone peak. However, because the origin power on the mountain was dense, it was a good place to cultivate. As soon as Chu Luyue and the others arrived at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, Chu Luyue realized that something was wrong. In the past, there was an extremely powerful defensive barrier on Qingyuan Mountain. However, although the barrier was still there, the power on it was obviously much weaker than before. Chu Luyue could not help but ask, "This barrier seems a little strange." Oh, you're talking about this. This barrier wasn't like this in the past, but a year ago, someone barged into the Chongshu Pavilion and destroyed the barrier. Later on, the pavilion master and elders had to work hard to restore it. However, this defensive barrier requires a lot of manpower and resources to maintain. Our Chongshu Pavilion is in a difficult situation now, so we can only barely maintain it like this. After saying that, Yi Ranran saw Chu Luyue's complicated expression and hurriedly said, "However, don't worry. Although this barrier isn't as strong as before, the pavilion master and the pavilion master are still guarding it. However, with the pavilion master and the various elders guarding Clear Source Mountain, there won't be any danger." Chu Luyue smiled bitterly in her heart. Only Yi Ranran could say that so calmly. In fact, if a sect was not forced into a corner, how could they not even maintain the most basic defensive barrier? It could be seen that the situation in the Chongshu Pavilion was worse than she had expected. "It's fine. It's just my first time here, so I'm a little curious. Let's continue. The pavilion master and the others should be waiting for us." Yi Ranran did not suspect anything and led the way. There was only one stone staircase up the mountain, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top. Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou followed behind Yi Ranran. After walking for a short while, Chu Luyue stopped in her tracks. There was a trace of dried dark red blood on the steps beneath her feet. It seemed to have been there for a while. She looked to the side along the bloodstain and her pupils constricted. There was a large amount of blood scattered around, but as time passed, it gradually dimmed. Coupled with the dust, stones, and other things, it was hard to tell if one did not look carefully. However, based on this bloodstain, it was not hard to imagine what kind of intense battle had broken out here. This is only the foot of the mountain. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. I wonder what the scene at the top of the mountain will be like. To be able to cause the Chongshu Pavilion, which used to stand at the peak of the world, to fall all the way here. How terrifying. She took a deep breath, retracted her gaze, and continued to walk up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 559. Along the way up, the messy bloodstains that had long dried up could be seen everywhere. Some of the steps and the surrounding scenery were also damaged. Chu Luyue looked at them one by one, and her heart sank. Yi Ranran was obviously used to it and didn't take it to heart. Chu Luyue couldn't help but ask. "Ranran, how long have you been in Chongshu Pavilion?" Yi Ranran thought for a moment. "More than 2 years, right? But in the past, I mostly followed Master to gain experience outside and rarely came back. A year ago, after the accident in Chongshu Pavilion, Master and I stayed in Qingyuan Mountain." "Your master is, my master is Elder Xia Yi, one of the 4 great elders of Chongshu Pavilion. But the other 3 elders are. So now, Master is in charge of many things in Chongshu Pavilion." When Yi Ranran mentioned this, a trace of sadness flashed across his face. The other elders are also very good people, but, Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. Of the 4 great elders, only Elder Xia Yi was left. No wonder everyone didn't have high hopes for Chongshu Pavilion. Without the powerhouses guarding it, the current Chongshu Pavilion naturally couldn't be compared to the past. She heard that Yuchi Song had also suffered serious injuries and hadn't recovered yet. When she was with Yuchi Song previously, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong with his body, but she didn't ask in detail. If the pavilion master and the 4 great elders were like this, then there was no need to mention the others. Ranran? You're here. When they were halfway up the mountain, a young man appeared in their line of sight. Yi Ranran looked up and waved happily. Senior brother Lu. Why are you here? Lu Xiao's gaze swept across Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The pavilion master asked me to pick you up. These 2 must be the 2 junior brothers who won the 1st and 2nd place in the Wanjing competition. Invite them in. The pavilion master, the elders, and your fellow disciples are all waiting for you. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched in the face of Lu Xiao's enthusiasm. Even if it was to welcome him, coming halfway up the mountain to pick him up was a bit. Also, didn't he just say that the entire Chongshu Pavilion was waiting for them? Because the 2 of them. Did they have to? At this time, Chu Luiyue naturally didn't know that since the incident more than a year ago, no new disciples had been admitted to the Chongshu Pavilion. Now that they suddenly had a junior brother and a junior sister, who were particularly powerful, the entire Chongshu Pavilion was inevitably excited. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get this mission. Little junior sister, little junior brother, your accommodations on the mountain have long been prepared. According to the cabinet master, you have already found a residence in Xiling City, but you are still welcome to stay on the mountain for a while. Our Chongshu Pavilion is not so rigid. We have always been very free in this aspect. You can go up or down the mountain as you please. Just pay attention to your safety. By the way, we've been growing some medicinal herbs on the mountain recently. I heard that little junior sister is also a celestial physician, right? In the future, if you want to refine pills, just look for us if you need any medicinal herbs. As Lu Xiao rambled on, he looked at Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou's expressions as if he was afraid that they would be unhappy. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had met Lu Xiao twice in the past. He was also Elder Xiaoyi's disciple. At that time, she only thought that he was restrained and polite. His talent was not bad, but she never knew that he was actually a chatterbox. However, in the current Chongshu Pavilion, even the pavilion master, Yuchi Song, had to personally sell things to raise money, let alone the people below. For Lu Xiao to say that, it was obvious that he really liked the 2 of them. Yi Ranran listened from the side and didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he also chimed in and occasionally expressed his own opinions. In short, after knowing that Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou had chosen Chongshu Pavilion, the entire Chongshu Pavilion took action to satisfy the 2 of them. Were they afraid that the 2 of them would run away? Chu Luiyue followed them up and agreed. Cheng Wanzhou was straightforward and didn't say much from the beginning to the end. Lu Xiao thought to himself, this little junior sister is kind and amiable. She always has a smile on her face and looks very easy to get along with. Although little junior brother is a little cold, he seems to listen to little junior sister. In that case, it's not bad. On the way, Chu Luiyue chatted with the 2 of them and heard a lot of news. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, Lu Xiao suddenly shouted, little junior sister and little junior brother are here. His voice was full of vigor, and it reverberated throughout the entire mountain. Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Indeed, in the next moment, he saw a group of people suddenly appear in front of him. At a glance, there were at least dozens of people. Little junior sister. Little junior brother. You're finally here. We've been waiting for the whole morning. That's right. Hey, make way. I can't see them anymore. Who asked you to run so slowly? Lu Xiao shouted again, all of you, calm down. Don't scare little junior brother and little junior sister. Chu Luiyue, Chang Wanzhou, Chu Luiyue couldn't help but look up at the sky. They had come here early in the morning. It was actually still early in the morning. Why had they waited for the whole morning? Also, what kind of rare object were the two of them? Why were there so many people here? He thought that they were just coming up the mountain to acknowledge a master, but he didn't expect, let's go. The pavilion master and the others are already waiting for you. Lu Jiao urged with an excited expression. Chang Wanzhou finally couldn't help but whisper, don't tell me you chose the Chongshu Pavilion because of this? Chu Luiyue looked at him murderously. Chang Wanzhou shut his mouth. Then, under Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran's enthusiastic introduction, Chu Luiyue and Lu Jiao greeted the many senior brothers and senior sisters in the Chongshu Pavilion. By the time they finally broke out of the encirclement, Chu Luiyue's forehead was already covered in sweat. Fortunately, more people didn't come. Otherwise, it would have taken a day just to recognize them, Chu Luiyue muttered. Lu Jiao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and looked back at her with a complicated expression. Little junior sister, actually, those people just now, are almost all the disciples left in the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Lu Jiao in disbelief. What? In the past, there were 600 to 700 disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion. Why were there only so many left now? Lu Jiao saw how shocked she was and hurriedly said, actually, there are still some who haven't returned. I'll introduce them to you in the future. Chu Luiyue asked, Senior brother Lu, how many disciples are left in the entire Chongshu Pavilion? Lu Jiao sighed. About 100. Chu Luiyue sucked in a breath of cold air. The casualties from more than a year ago were actually so heavy? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 560. Lu Jiao hurriedly waved his hand. Actually, that's not it. Although there were heavy casualties that time, it wasn't to this extent. It's just that after that, the Chongshu Pavilion plummeted. The pavilion master felt that forcing them to stay would only delay their future, so he ordered them to leave. If anyone doesn't want to stay here, they can take a fee from the pavilion master and leave. Some of them did leave at that time, but most of them left one after another in the past year or so. It would be too presumptuous to say that they didn't have any feelings for the Chongshu Pavilion. However, the current Chongshu Pavilion was indeed no longer the Chongshu Pavilion of the past. Chu Luiyue was silent for a while. That's not the only reason, right? Even if the Chongshu Pavilion encountered these accidents and fell to this extent, it shouldn't be enough to dismiss the disciples. Lu Jiao was conflicted for a long time. He wanted to say something but stopped. Little junior sister was very smart. It didn't seem appropriate if he didn't say anything. What if she also wanted to leave after he said it? Yi Ranran couldn't bear it anymore and said in a low voice, Lu Yu, there's something you don't know. In fact, the pavilion master did this for their own good. For more than a year, the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion have been ostracized and made things difficult for them everywhere. They can't cultivate properly at all. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood. Someone is targeting the Chongshu Pavilion? Yi Ranran and Lu Jiao looked at each other and nodded slightly. Who has such a powerful force in West Hill? Chu Luiyue frowned slightly, but he kept thinking. In fact, there were only a few people who could do it. It's the third, Lu Yu, Wanzhou, you're here. Before Chu Luiyue could ask, Yuqi Song and Elder Xiai walked out of the hall. Elder Xiai's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them. He immediately walked over and sized them up carefully. TSK, TSK. Pavilion Master, you've really brought back two rare seedlings this time. Previously, he didn't quite believe it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was finally at ease. Over the past year, not to mention geniuses, even cultivators with average aptitude refused to step into the Chongshu Pavilion. Now, two young geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian had come. It was really raining red from the sky. Wei Qi Song laughed as well, and the wrinkles on his wrinkled face seemed to have deepened as he laughed. I told you you'd love it. These are the two who performed the best in this year's Wanjing competition. Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou saluted. Greetings, Pavilion Master, Elder Shi. Elder Shi chuckled and couldn't help but ask. He said that the two of you chose the Chongshu Pavilion on your own initiative. Is that true? Chu Luiyue held back his laughter. Of course it's true. Elder Shi stroked his beard in disbelief. Yuchi Song walked over and said, you can take a look around today. You can decide who to take as your master after you've gained a certain understanding of the Chongshu Pavilion. He paused for a moment before he continued, pretending to be relaxed. Initially, there were a few elders to choose from, but now, there's only me and Xia Yi left. Chu Liuyue's heart ached slightly, but he nodded anyway. Thank you, Pavilion Master and Elder Shi. Then, under Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran's guidance, Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou began to observe the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue had been to this place many times in the past, but it was very different now. Traces of a battle could be seen everywhere, and many things had been damaged. Although a year had already passed, it could still be seen how desperate that battle was from this. After walking around, Chu Luiyue felt as if something was stuck in his heart, and he felt very uncomfortable. Almost all of the tens of thousands of books in the Chongshu Pavilion had been taken away, and they were all extremely precious prescriptions and martial arts techniques. The precious medicinal herbs had also been looted, and not a single one was left. All that was left was a medicinal garden that had just been planted. Although they had planted a lot of medicinal herbs, most of them took 100 years to grow. These herbs had only been planted a year ago, and they would have to wait for a long time. Chu Luiyue looked at the medicinal garden that had obviously just been renovated and asked hesitantly, Senior Brother Lu, what do you mean? You said that we can come to you if we need any medicinal herbs. Are these the ones you're referring to? Lu Jiao scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Well. Although these herbs have just been planted and can't be used for the time being, if little junior sister and little junior brother need anything, just let us know. We'll do our best to satisfy you. Chu Luiyue looked thoughtful. So, Senior Brother Lu, you're saying, we should buy them outside? She suspected that these people might not even be able to afford the medicinal herbs she needed to refine pills. Most of the people in the Chongshu Pavilion are celestial physicians. There should be a place dedicated to growing medicinal herbs. Why did they just open this medicinal garden? In the past, she had taken a lot of medicinal herbs from here. But why didn't they mention it now? Lu Jiao sighed. Little junior sister, you guessed right. The Chongshu Pavilion did have a very large medicinal garden in the past. But after that incident, the medicinal garden was destroyed. Not only were the medicinal herbs inside all damaged, but even that large area of land was affected and became a barren land. Now, this new medicinal garden is one of the few clean places on Qingyuan Mountain. Chu Luiyue frowned. How could this be? Who exactly was it that was so ruthless to the Chongshu Pavilion? No wonder Yuchi Song was forced to such a state. No wonder so many disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion left. Who could bear to stay in such a state? At the mention of this matter, Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran's mood became much gloomier. The few of them quieted down. After a short silence, Chu Luiyue said, Senior Brother Lu, I want to go to the original medicinal garden to take a look. Lu Jiao was shocked. Why are you going there? That place is already barren. There's nothing to see there. Moreover, the pavilion master has already given the order not to allow disciples to go there casually. A trace of disappointment flashed across Chu Liuyue's face. Yi Ranran blinked and whispered, Senior Brother Lu, if Lu Yu wants to take a look, let's bring her there. It's just a look. It's nothing. The pavilion master liked Lu Yu and Yi Ranran so much. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't punish them. Lu Jiao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. But after you go, you can't act on your own. We'll only take a look and come back. Chu Luiyue immediately nodded in agreement. I'll listen to Senior Brother Lu. Then, the few of them took a detour to another road and walked towards the former medicinal garden. There were very few people in the Chongshu Pavilion now. They didn't meet anyone along the way. This made Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran secretly heave a sigh of relief. The further they went, the more deserted and lonely it became. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived. That's it. Lu Jiao pointed at a barren land in front of him and said, Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 561. The once dense and lush herb garden had become a truly barren land. At a glance, there were only some withered herbs left on the ochre-red dry ground. A faint bitter smell filled the air. Chu Luiyue stared at the herb garden. How did it become like this? When she heard Lu Jiao say that this place was also affected, she didn't pay too much attention to it. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, she knew how serious it was. The herb garden that Chongshu Pavilion had carefully nurtured for many years was completely destroyed overnight. Lu Jiao sighed softly. When it happened, Master and we were outside, so we didn't know what was going on. When I came back, I found that the herb garden had been destroyed. In fact, the herb garden had always been guarded by people. However, there were too many people that came that day. Moreover, it was obvious that it was premeditated. They directly killed the people who were guarding the herb garden and destroyed the herb garden. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment. This herb garden seems to take up a lot of space. To be able to destroy it to this extent overnight. They must have used some special method, right? We're also very puzzled about this, but until now, we haven't found out what happened. We only know that nothing can grow on this ground anymore. It's completely ruined. Chu Luiyue walked forward. Yi Ranran pulled her back. Lu Yu. What are you doing? The herb garden has been sealed. No one can enter. Even if the pavilion master doesn't pursue the matter, what if there's still danger inside? Chu Luiyue patted her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just taking a closer look. What's there to see? Yi Ranran tried his best to persuade her. The pavilion master and master have already checked several times, but there's still no result. What can you do if you go? Let's go back quickly, okay? Lu Jiao's face was also filled with disapproval. We agreed before that we would only take a look. Little junior sister, you can't go back on your word. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. She felt that the herb garden was very strange, so she wanted to get closer to take a look. However, these two people were blocking her way, so she really couldn't go over. However, at this moment, Chang Wanzhou, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly walked over. Ah! Wanzhou! Yi Ranran and Lu Jiao were both shocked. They were so focused on stopping Chu Luiyue that they forgot that there was another person. By the time they realized it, Chang Wanzhou was already in front of the herb garden. A rusty iron lock hung on the broken iron fence. Dark red bloodstains could be vaguely seen on it. One could only imagine what kind of desperate battle had taken place here. There used to be a special enchantment set up around the medicinal garden, but it was all gone now. The only remaining door, which was damaged, could not stop anyone. With a leap, Chang Wanzhou jumped right in. Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran's expressions froze. Chang Wanzhou actually went in. How were they going to explain this to the pavilion master and the rest? While the two of them were in a daze, Chu Luiyue moved her feet and instantly broke out of their encirclement, rushing to the iron gate. Lu Yu. Don't. Before Yi Ranran could finish dissuading her, he saw Chu Luiyue jump in as well. It's over. These two people actually went in. Yi Ranran's round face flushed red. What should we do? Lu Jiao gritted his teeth. Stay here and guard. I'll follow them in. Anyway, those two people had already gone in. It was useless to say anything else. Right now, the most important thing was to ensure the safety of those two people. Yi Ranran nodded nervously. At this point, this was the only way. Lu Xiao quickly followed. He stood in front of the door and gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to enter, Chu Luiyue suddenly turned around. "Senior brother Lu, don't come in." Lu Xiao had already taken a step forward, but when he heard this, he retracted his leg and almost lost his balance. What's wrong? Chu Luiyue's expression was serious. "The soil here is poisonous." "What?" Lu Xiao was even more worried when he heard that. "Then hurry up and come out." Chu Luiyue shook her head. "Senior brother Lu, don't worry. This bit of poison is nothing to me and little Zhou. Wait for us outside first." Lu Xiao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean, nothing? Didn't you say it was poisonous?" He was still very worried. After thinking about it, he decided to go in. "No, I can't watch you guys take the risk, Senior brother Lu. If you come in, it will be considered a risk." Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows and said calmly. Lu Xiao looked at her calm expression and the uneasiness in his heart gradually calmed down. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "Then I'll wait here first. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately." Chu Luiyue nodded and turned to walk inside. The faint bitter aura that she smelled earlier was indeed coming from here. Moreover, it was indeed poisonous as she had expected. However, because it was already diluted in the air, it was very difficult to detect. Only after entering this place did he have a clearer feeling of it. The closer she got to the ground, the stronger the poison. Chang Wanzhou's body had accumulated cold evil qi for many years. Ordinary poison had no effect on him at all. When she was reborn, she had already used the opportunity to repair her Yuan meridian to improve her physique. Moreover, perhaps it was because of the power of the water droplet, the effect was much better than she had expected. Although it was not considered invulnerable to poison, it was more than enough to deal with such a situation. Unfortunately, she still couldn't identify what kind of poison it was. Chu Luiyue walked in and searched the ground carefully, trying to find some clues. When she reached a certain place, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and bent down. At her feet, there was a withered creeping spirit ginseng. The roots of the withered and curled leaves were suffused with a faint red color. She wrapped her palm with origin power and formed a defensive barrier. Then, she carefully pulled out the creeping spirit ginseng and carefully examined it over and over again. Sure enough, there was a red line that was like a strand of hair from the root, spreading along the back of the leaf. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. "What is this?" Chu Luiyue frowned and muttered softly. Could it be that this red line caused the manling ginseng to wither? She walked to the side and pulled out another snowcloud vine. There was the same red line at the root. "There's Mestyuan gravel below," Chang Wanzhou suddenly said. Chu Luiyue looked up and asked curiously, "What did you say?" Chang Wanzhou pointed at the thing in her hand. That red line was nurtured by the Mestyuan gravel. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 562. Chu Luiyue was even more puzzled. What is Mestyuan gravel? Why had she never heard of it before? Chang Wanzhou took the manling ginseng from her hand. Be careful of the poison. Chu Luiyue was about to remind him to be careful when she saw Chang Wanzhou holding a silver needle in his hand. Then, he pierced the silver needle into the root of the manling ginseng and gently flicked it. Red sand slowly flowed out like water. However, before it could drip down, it quickly evaporated and turned into a faint red smoke that dissipated in the air. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed. So that was where the bitter smell in the air came from. Mestyuan gravel is extremely poisonous. Although it looks like sand, it can permeate anywhere like water. The reason why these herbs withered and were destroyed so quickly is because they absorbed this Mestyuan gravel. Chang Wanzhou took the snow cloud vine and gently flicked the root. The same scene happened again. After losing the mest yuan gravel, the two herbs quickly shrank and curled into a ball. Chang Wanzhou pinched them with his fingertips and instantly turned them into powder. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. You mean, the herbs in this herb garden are all because of this so-called mest yuan gravel? Chang Wanzhou nodded. Mest yuan gravel is extremely mobile. Just a little bit can easily destroy a radius of dozens of miles. This herb garden was naturally not a problem. However, this mest yuan gravel is not that poisonous to people. As long as you don't come into contact with it personally, it won't affect you too much. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a complicated gaze. Why are you so familiar with this thing? This thing is very common in southern border. Chang Wanzhou clapped his hands, dispersing the powder as he said disapprovingly. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. No wonder, when she was the empress, she patrolled the 4 major territories in Tianling. Among the 4 territories, she only didn't go to southern border. It was because the environment there was terrible and dangerous. From the looks of it, the fact that Chang Wanzhou was able to walk out of there on his own was truly extraordinary. If we don't dig out the chaotic essence gravel as soon as possible, the whole mountain will fall into the enemy's hands in less than 3 years. Chang Wanzhou said lightly. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Chang Wanzhou is definitely not an alarmist. Then do you have any ideas? It would have been fine if she hadn't known, but now that she knew, she definitely couldn't watch as Qing Yuan Mountain was destroyed. Under Chu Luiyue's expectant gaze, Chang Wanzhou nodded. There is a way, but it's rather troublesome. The mixed yuan gravel seemed to have been buried here for more than a year. It was very likely that it had already seeped into various parts of the mountain. It will take a lot of effort to get rid of them completely. Chu Luiyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way. What should I do? Chang Wanzhou paused for a moment. First of all, we have to pull out all the medicinal herbs in this medicinal garden and clean them one by one according to the method I used just now. Chu Luiyue's gaze froze. There were at least tens of thousands of withered medicinal herbs in this medicinal garden. If we really have to do it one by one like this, who knows how long it will take? Other than that, the other flowers and trees on this mountain are very likely to have absorbed it. Those will be more troublesome to deal with. Chu Luiyue's scalp went numb. Instead of that, it was better to just give up on Qing Yuan Mountain. Is there no other way? Chu Luiyue held her forehead with a headache. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips. Yes. Digression, I hope that everything will go smoothly for the college entrance examination. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 563. Under Mu Qinghe's strange gaze, Rong Xiu's eyelids twitched. After a long while, he spoke. It seems like Vice Admiral Mu is quite concerned about you, Mu Qinghe also felt that she couldn't continue the conversation. Since Rong Xiu didn't know these things, it was pointless to ask. It was better for him to check it out himself. After all, this vice general was the one who brought Chu Luiyue to Xiling. This is what I should do. He stood up and prepared to leave. It's getting late. I won't disturb Prince Li's rest. Just as he was about to leave, Rong Xiu suddenly said, Vice Admiral Mu, please wait. Mu Qinghe stood still and looked at him strangely. Rong Xiu smiled, and his expression seemed to have returned to normal. This prince has something that I would like to ask Vice Admiral Mu for help with. Imperial Palace, Huayang Palace. Chu Luiyue walked slowly in the backyard. Chani stood at the side and watched. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chu Luiyue seemed to be especially fond of these flowers and had been looking at them for a while. There was a thin layer of snow on her head and body. However, she didn't seem to notice it. She walked step by step, as if she had completely thrown everything else to the back of her mind. These flowers, are they that beautiful? Chani was full of doubts, but seeing that Chu Luiyue didn't do anything else, she could only suppress her suspicions. Footsteps came from afar. Chani turned around and immediately bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, third princess." Shang Guanwan walked over. The maidservant behind her held an umbrella for her. Her gaze landed directly on Chu Luiyue. White snow drifted down, contrasting with the blooming flowers. A slender woman in red stood among them. She was like a burning ball of fire. Her face without any makeup was beautiful and seemed to blend into the snow and flowers. It was especially moving. Shang Guanwan slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. In this world, there was a kind of person who would become the most beautiful scenery wherever they stood. All the light and color seemed to converge on that one person. This was a kind of spiritual charm that transcended the beauty of facial features. It was hard to describe, extremely rare, and extremely beautiful. She could definitely be considered a beauty herself. But it still felt like something was missing. In her memory, there was only one person who had such an aura. Sheng Guanyu. However, even though Chu Luiyue came from an ordinary background, there was a faint air of nobility about him. Shang Guanwan felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing the voice, Chu Luiyue turned around and bowed. Shang Guanwan asked with a smile. "It's snowing outside. Why is Miss Chu here to admire the flowers?" "Because I have never seen 100 flowers bloom at this time of the year. I was curious, so I stayed here to watch for a long time. I'm sure you can only see such scenery here." As Chu Luiyue spoke, a hint of envy appeared on her face. Shang Guanwan didn't think much of it, but she put on an apologetic expression. "Just now, Lord Zhua said that Imperial Father's health has improved over the past 2 days, so this princess will personally take care of him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep Miss Chu here today." Chu Luiyue understood in her heart. "Third princess, if you have something to do, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any longer." Shang Guanwan nodded. This princess obtained a few new medicinal herbs recently. They are all rare treasures. Unfortunately, this princess isn't a celestial physician and has no use for them. Why don't I give them to Miss Chu? As she spoke, she raised her hand. The palace maids behind her immediately stepped forward and presented 3 boxes. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment, then accepted them. "Thank you, third princess." After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Shang Guanwan left. Chani was in charge of escorting Chu Luiyue out of the palace. Chu Luiyue left the palace and walked alone on the streets. Earlier, when she was in the back garden of Huayang Palace, she appeared to be admiring the flowers, but in reality, she was measuring the location of the ditch step by step. The ditch was very close to the ground. Just by standing there and paying close attention, she could sense the sound of the water flowing below and the direction it was flowing in. Right now, she had already sketched out the outline of the ditch in her mind. If she guessed correctly, the water in the ditch was drawn from Jade Spring Mountain and flowing toward. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue stopped in her tracks, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. The water in the ditch seemed to be flowing toward the Imperial Ancestral Hall. One had to know that the Imperial Ancestral Hall was the most sacred and important hall in the palace. Both inside and outside the hall, besides the guards, there was also a meticulously set up profound formation. That place had been built when the Taizu were still around. Every brick, stone, grass, and tree had been carefully crafted and couldn't be damaged easily. Yet, Sheng Guanwan had actually dug the ditch there? Chu Luiyue frowned. What was Sheng Guanwan trying to do by doing this? Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind her. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Eldest young master has summoned us. Why aren't you hurrying up?" Chu Luiyue turned around and saw a man urging her with an urgent expression. Behind him, there were 4 men. These people looked to be in their 20s, but their faces were somewhat haggard. Hearing the man's urging, one of them couldn't help but say, "We want to hurry up too. But eldest young master summoned us so urgently that we didn't even have time to pack." "That's right. He hasn't summoned us for a year. Who knew that he would suddenly summon us today?" Isn't this too sudden? With our current state, we can't hurry up. We still have to bring little four. Chu Luiyue quickly sized up the few of them and squinted her eyes. These people were all crippled. Two of them were one-armed, the other was one-legged, and the man called Little Four had deeply sunken eyelids. He seemed to be blind. Even the man who shouted had 2 scars on his face, which directly ruined his face. He looked very terrifying. The scar-faced man's frown deepened. He looked even more ferocious and bloody. If you don't want to live anymore, just continue to drag it out like this. They all fell silent and tried to speed up as much as possible. Chu Luiyue took a few steps back and made way. They hurried past her. It was snowing now, and there were fewer people on the street. These people walked forward and gradually went away. Chu Luiyue wanted to leave, but she heard one of them speak. What's the difference between us and death now? If I knew that place was so dangerous, I wouldn't have followed eldest young master a year ago. Now that my arm is broken, I can't cultivate anymore. I'm just a useless person. His voice was very soft, but Chu Luiyue heard it clearly. The other people seemed to be touched and fell silent. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Eldest young master, a year ago, a dangerous place. Could it be that the eldest young master these people were talking about was Jiang Yucheng? The place they were going to now was the Jiang mansion? An idea popped up in Chu Luiyue's mind as she quietly followed him. Digression, con, go offline. Update together at 7 p.m. The rest of the mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 564. Lu Jiao thought that she had already decided who she wanted to acknowledge as her master, so he said excitedly, okay. I'll go with you. Yi Ranran also walked over. He glanced at the two of them nervously and patted his chest. You scared me to death. Lu Yu, Wanzhou, you're too bold. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. Don't go in casually again. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Indeed, she wouldn't go in casually. The next time she came, she would probably deal with all the trouble here. After making sure that the two of them were fine, they went back together. When they returned to Jingfeng Hall, where Yuqi Song was, Chu Luiyue went in alone with Chang Wanzhou. Elder Xiaoyi seemed to be busy with something else, so Yuqi Song was the only one left in the hall. Upon seeing the two of them, Yuqi Song smiled and said, How do you feel? Have you made up your mind? Chu Luiyue nodded. Both little Zhou and I want to acknowledge you as our master. Wei Qi Song was both pleasantly surprised and shocked. Both of them were extremely outstanding, so he valued and liked them very much. Of course, he was happy that they were willing to acknowledge him as their master. However, at the same time, he had his own concerns. Have you made up your mind? Actually, Elder Xiaoyi's current strength is stronger than mine. Yuqi Song said frankly. Chu Luiyue looked determined. We've already made up our mind. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen Chongshu Pavilion. Yuqi Song was filled with many emotions. Okay. Since you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll definitely teach you everything I know. I'll tell Xiaoyi later and ask him to prepare the ceremony. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Chu Luiyue said, Pavilion Master, the ceremony is for outsiders to see. It's not important. What's important is that little Zhou and I have already acknowledged you. As he spoke, Chu Luiyue suddenly took a step back. Then, he knelt on the ground and solemnly kowtowed. Yuqi Song was stunned and hurriedly helped her up. What are you doing? Pavilion Master, if you don't mind, from today onwards, I will be your disciple. Yuqi Song's hand froze in midair. The young girl kneeling in front of him had an incomparably serious expression on her face. There seemed to be a faint light floating in her pair of black glass-like eyes. His heart felt like it had been hit hard by something, and even his eyes started to sting. Chu Liuyue's lips curved up slightly. Kowtow. He kowtowed again. Chu Liyue solemnly completed the apprenticeship ceremony. Get up. Get up. Yuchi Song suppressed the excitement in his heart. Chu Liyue stood up. Disciple Chu Liyue greets master. Yuchi Song didn't know what to say. Since the sneak attack on the Chongshu Pavilion and the accidental death of his only son, Yuchi Lang, he had been depressed. If it weren't for the fear of ruining the Chongshu Pavilion in his hands and the fear that his disciples would be bullied when they went out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Chang Wanzhou also followed the same process to become a disciple. Yuchi Song's voice was a little trembling. Good children. You are all good children. Now, the Chongshu Pavilion is no longer the same as before, and I have nothing to give you. Only this. As he spoke, he slowly and carefully took out 2 golden whistles from the ring of cosmos. There is a trace of my power on these whistles. As long as you blow them, no matter where you are, I will immediately come to you. Yuchi Song said as he handed over the whistles. There was deep nostalgia and pain in his eyes. These whistles. I made them myself. I planned to give them to Lang Lang and little Yueya. But they don't need them now, so I will give them to you. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. Making these things consumed a lot of force and spirit, and it might take a long time for them to recover. Yuchi Song actually made 2 of them. And just now, he said that one was for Yuchi Lang, and the other, Master, who did you say this is for? Chu Liyue asked in an extremely soft voice. Yuchi Song smiled bitterly. Look at me, I always call her little Yueya, and I'm used to it. In fact, she is the former princess of the Tianling dynasty. Now that she is no longer here, you may not have heard of her, so it's normal that you don't know her. He rubbed the whistle in his hand. In fact, she can be considered as half of my disciple. Originally, I had planned to give this to her on her wedding day. Unexpectedly, she didn't get it. And I won't have such a chance anymore. Chu Liuyue's mind was blank, and her body was stiff as she took the whistle. She rubbed her fingers and seemed to engrave something. She turned the whistle over. There was indeed a small word, "you," engraved on it. Chang Wanzhou, who was beside her, took the other whistle. He turned his head and saw that Chu Liuyue's reaction seemed to be a little abnormal, so he casually glanced at it. When he looked, he saw the words on it. He was stunned for a moment. She is also called Yu? Yuchi Song nodded. Yes. That is little Yueya's name. Coincidentally, Lu Yu's name also has the word Yu. This is probably a kind of fate. Lu Yu, you don't mind, do you? Chu Liyue took a deep breath and looked up with a bright smile. How can that be? This is a gift from Master, so it is naturally extremely precious. If she knows that you treat her so well, she will definitely be very happy. Yuchi Song sighed. I hope so. Chu Liyue suppressed the waves in her heart and carefully put away the whistle. On the other hand, Chang Wanzhou, who was at the side, was stunned. Then, he looked at Yuchi Song and asked. Master, has the little Yueya you mentioned been to Nanjiang before? Yuchi Song thought for a moment and shook her head. Nanjiang is dangerous and desolate. She probably hasn't been there before. A hint of disappointment flashed across Chang Wanzhou's face. Chu Liyue sighed softly in her heart. This child, she really didn't know how long she would be searching in such a daze. Chu Liyue sorted out her thoughts in her mind and said, Master, actually, little Zhou and I have something to discuss with you today. The medicinal garden before Chongshu Pavilion, the soil there is poisonous. You should know that, right? Yuchi Song's expression changed slightly. You went there? Chu Liyue immediately said, Don't be angry. Don't be angry, and don't worry. Let me finish. Little Zhou and I found that something was wrong there today, so we went to check it out. You even went in? Yuchi Song really couldn't calm down this time. The guts of these two people were too big. Chu Luyue coughed. Master, we're all fine. Aren't we fine? Moreover, we found that there's something under there. Have you heard of mixed yuan gravel? Yuchi Song frowned. Mixed yuan gravel? What's that? Chu Luyue then briefly explained the matter. Yuchi Song's expression changed several times. When Chu Luyue proposed to use herself as bait, Yuchi Song finally couldn't help but stand up and say in a deep voice, I don't agree. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 565. This was too dangerous. How could he let Chu Luyue do it? You're only a rank 4 warrior now. How can you take such a big risk? Even if someone has to do it, it should be me. He was the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion. No one should do this more than him. Chu Luyue shook her head. Master, I'm sure you know best what your body is like. Yuchi Song frowned, but it definitely can't be you. In this world, how could he let a disciple he had just acknowledged do such a thing? If you can't find a suitable person, then find another way. In short, I will never agree to this. Chu Luyue had expected him to have such a reaction. In fact, she didn't intend to tell Yuchi Song, but this was the Chongshu Pavilion after all. No movement could escape Yuchi Song's eyes. Instead of being in a mess, it was better to make things clear now. She stood quietly at the side and waited for Yuchi Song to finish speaking before explaining unhurriedly, Master, this is the only feasible way at the moment. If it isn't resolved as soon as possible, the entire Qingyuan mountain will be completely destroyed. Can you bear to? The Chongshu Pavilion had existed for hundreds of years. It had been built on Qingyuan mountain since its establishment. If they had to abandon Qingyuan mountain, it would be a big blow to the people of the Chongshu Pavilion. It wasn't easy for you to protect the Chongshu Pavilion. Can you really bear to watch all of this happen? Yuchi Song closed his eyes in pain. Of course I can't bear to. As long as I can protect the Chongshu Pavilion, I won't hesitate even if I have to risk my life. Lu Yu, it can't be you. It can't be you. Master, I have absolute confidence that I can ensure success. That's why I rushed over to discuss this matter with you. Chu Luyue said word by word. Yuchi Song frowned and looked at Chu Luyue. The girl in front of him still had a hint of youthfulness in her eyes. However, her expression was incomparably calm, and her black jade-like eyes were calm. She was so confident and certain. Anyone who saw her expression would probably be convinced by her. Yuchi Song closed his eyes and finally took a deep breath. He stared at Chu Luyue's eyes seriously. Lu Yu, I'm grateful that you want to do this. But if this will threaten you, I will definitely not agree. Unless, you can prove that you can do this. He wanted her to hand over her trump card and prove her strength. Of course, Wei Qi Song knew that Chu Luyue's abilities weren't what they seemed on the surface. The fact that she was able to get first place in the Wanjing competition already. However, this matter was too big, he didn't dare take the risk. Chu Luyue blinked, and her lips curved up slightly. The room was silent. Chu Luyue stood there quietly and gently closed her eyes. The next moment, a vigorous force surged out of her body. A suppressive force spread out. Early stage, fourth stage. Yuchi Song stared at Chu Luyue. He wanted to see where her confidence came from. Martial technique? Yuan instrument? Or something else? However, he soon realized that Chu Luyue's aura was actually rising. In just a few breaths, she had already reached mid-stage, fourth stage. Yuchi Song's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that Chu Luyue had been hiding her true strength? Her realm had actually long surpassed early stage, fourth stage, no. Her aura was actually still growing. Peak fourth stage. Yuchi Song's lips moved. She. What realm is she at? This question was directed at Cheng Wanzhou, who was standing next to him. Chang Wanzhou answered honestly. I don't know either. He really didn't know. In short, Chu Luiyue was stronger than him. Soon, under Yu Qisong's shocked gaze, Chu Luiyue's suppressive force had surpassed that of a fifth-stage warrior. However, what made Yu Qisong feel even more incredulous was that Chu Luiyue had no intention of stopping. Then, middle stage, fifth stage. Peak fifth stage. Sixth stage. Yu Qisong finally couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. However, Chu Luiyue was still continuing. Middle stage, sixth stage. Peak sixth stage. Yu Qisong finally reacted at this time. He raised his hand and set up a barrier in the room. If this movement were to spread, who knew how big of a commotion it would cause? Chu Luiyue's eyebrows moved slightly. The force in the water droplets surged out again. Bang! Seventh stage. At this point, the aura on Chu Luiyue's body finally stopped rising crazily. When he saw Chu Luiyue open his eyes, Yu Qisong inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Yu Qisong, who had seen countless storms in his life, was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Chu Luiyue smiled. Master, do you still want to continue? Yu Qisong's heart, which had just been relieved, was suspended again. Still continue. Chu Luiyue nodded seriously. Yes. If you think this isn't enough to prove my strength, then, enough. Enough. Yu Qisong's eyelids twitched violently. His previous suspicions had already vanished. However, the doubts in his heart suddenly rose. Chu Luiyue. How did he do it? You hid your true realm, Yu Qisong spoke with difficulty. Wasn't Chu Luiyue less than 15 years old this year? How could he already be a 7th stage warrior? Don't misunderstand, I'm not a 7th stage warrior, it's just that there's this level of power in my body. Chu Luiyue chose a more tactful explanation. Yu Qisong was silent for a while, looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated gaze, and finally said, I promise you. Chu Luiyue was overjoyed, and only then did he retract the aura around him. The surging force surged back into the water droplets floating quietly in his dantian. However, this force couldn't even cause a ripple in the water droplets. Like raindrops falling into the sea, it disappeared silently. After all the force returned, Chu Luiyue also heaved a sigh of relief. This was actually just the power stored in the water droplets, and it didn't belong to him. Fortunately, as his strength increased, his control over the water droplets also began to gradually increase. Now, it was still possible for him to use some of the power to help him fill up the stage. Wei Qisong stared at her solemnly for a long while before he seemed to have finally understood something. In that case, you can borrow the force of another powerhouse. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Another powerhouse? Did Yu Qisong think that I have the power of another powerhouse? She wanted to explain, but on second thought, this explanation sounded more reasonable. Thus, she thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Yu Qisong suddenly understood. As expected. Perhaps she also relied on this mysterious and powerful force to win first place in the Tianling God realm previously. But no matter what, he felt much more at ease. That's good, Chu Luiyue knew that he agreed, and her eyes curved. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded in her heart. Girl, I can indeed lend you my power. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 566. Taizu. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did Taizu come to join in the fun at this time? Don't joke with me. Sheng Guanjing said seriously. I'm not joking. Although I'm just a remnant of my will now, I still have the strength to help you. Chu Luiyue's heart warmed. Then I'll thank you in advance. Although there might not be a chance, it was worth it with Taizu's words. What's there to thank me for? I've been in the Tianling divine realm for thousands of years and I'm already tired of it. If I didn't meet you, I wouldn't have the chance to come out again. And for some reason, my strength seems to have become stronger during this period of time. Sheng Guanjing said curiously. Chu Luiyue was also very surprised. Aren't you just a will? How did you become stronger? I don't know either. Sheng Guanjing was also very puzzled. However, this was still a good thing, so he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. It didn't seem like a bad idea to accompany this girl around. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he put this matter to the back of his mind and began to discuss the matter of the Mestyuan gravel with Yuqi Song and Cheng Wanzhou. Peerless Palace. Inside and outside the magnificent palace, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The smell of blood soared into the sky, almost suffocating. Many heavily armored soldiers had already surrounded the entire main hall of the Peerless Palace. In the middle stood the Peerless Palace's palace master, Zhang Yufang. Behind him stood about 100 people. Each and every one of them were more or less injured. They appeared to be in a very miserable state. At this moment, their gazes were all on the man in front of them. He was dressed in black and wore a cloak. The biting cold wind swept past, rolling up the corners of his clothes. He was solemn and dignified. His deep eyes were like thousand-year-old ice that was filled with thick killing intent. It was daunting. Rong Xiu. What did our Peerless Palace do wrong? Why do you want to kill us all? Zhang Yufang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Rong Xiu, the man who had mercilessly destroyed the entire Peerless Palace. Rong Xiu's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. Others may not know what he did wrong, but Zhang Yufang, don't tell me you don't know. Do you think you can kill I after leaving heaven's canopy? His thin lips curled up slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Aren't you guys overestimating yourselves? His tone was very calm, and the way he looked at Zhang Yufang and the others was as cold and indifferent as if he was looking at ants. Zhang Yufang's hatred grew. Rong Xiu did not even put the Peerless Palace in his eyes. This kind of gaze made him feel as if he was a clown. If he could, he would rush up and kill Rong Xiu. But no. If it was outside heaven's canopy, Rong Xiu's realm was suppressed and he was alone, he might have some hope. And now, they would be the ones to die. Zhang Yufang's heart was filled with regret. If he had sent more people, Rong Xiu might have been killed long ago, and today's disaster would not have happened. Zhang Yufang took a deep breath and said, Rong Xiu, you are so cruel and ruthless, aren't you afraid of being punished by the other tribes? Previously, it was because he knew Rong Xiu would have such concerns that he dared to test Rong Xiu's bottom line again and again. There were a few times when he even threatened Rong Xiu's life, but he had been enduring. What was going on this time? Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I have given you enough chances. Besides, I haven't been back for a while, and I need a chance to set the rules. Your Peerless Palace has taken the initiative to come to I's door, and solve my problem. Previously, he had been holding back. On the one hand, he was still preparing, and on the other hand, he deliberately drew out these people in the dark. Now that everything was ready, there was nothing to worry about. This knife had to be deep enough, and ruthless enough. Zhang Yufang suddenly realized that Rong Xiu was clearly killing the chicken to warn the monkey. And they just so happened to become the sacrificial lambs. Why would he be worried about the criticism or even impeachment of the other tribes? This was what he had been waiting for. What recuperation, what showing weakness. From the beginning to the end, it was just a setup. Rong Xiu raised his sword, the sword fell. Zhang Yufang's heart was filled with deep despair. The soldiers who had been waiting for a long time immediately rushed up. Soon, it became a complete one-sided massacre. Rong Xiu looked down at this scene from above, his expression calm and his eyes indifferent. All kinds of screams and sounds of fighting rang out, but gradually died down. At this moment, a clear bird's cry suddenly rang out. Enchanting raised his hand, and the bird landed on his arm. Standing close to it, one could tell that this was not a real magical beast, but a finely crafted sparrow. At first glance, it looked lifelike, no different from an ordinary bird. Enchanting lightly knocked on the bird's head. It opened its mouth and spat out a small ball. Enchanting looked at Rongxiu and respectfully handed over the small ball. Your Highness, it's news from the West Hill. Previously, Your Highness had already said that all news from the West Hill should be handed over to him. Although this news came a little suddenly, Enchanting still obeyed the order. Rongxiu raised his hand, and the small ball flew into his palm. Rongxiu's fair fingers gently crushed it, and it turned into powder. The powder quickly condensed in the air, and a few lines of words were pieced together. Rongxiu's gaze swept over the few lines of words, and his sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. Enchanting and Umo were standing at the side, and suddenly felt that their highnesses' aura suddenly turned cold. The two immediately looked at each other. The news from the West Hill should be related to that person. But shouldn't His Highness be happy? Why was it that? Umo quickly glanced at the few lines of words. What? Whose money? Rongxiu waved his finger, and the words silently disappeared. He glanced at Umo indifferently. Umo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head. He really only saw those few words. Why was His Highness so murderous? It was even more intense than when he ordered the people of the unparalleled palace to be killed. This. What was going on? Umo, Rongxiu said indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. Umo hurriedly replied. I'll leave Zhang Yufang to you. Umo was shocked. Zhang Yufang was the palace master of the unparalleled palace, and his strength was extraordinary. At most, he could barely fight him to a draw, but His Highness said. Leave it to him, this was not so simple. Your Highness, Umo was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but he immediately sensed His Highness's cold gaze, and he immediately shut his mouth. Enchanting looked at him without sympathy. Serves him right. If he knew it was news from the West Hill, he would have dared to court death. If not him, who would he punish? But what exactly was the news that provoked His Highness to this extent? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 567. Enchanting. Yes, Your Highness. Go to the West Hill and give this to her, said Rongxiu as he took out a silver cosmic ring. Enchanting took it with both hands and asked hesitantly, You mean, now? Now, said Rongxiu simply, and his voice was cold. A wave of coldness suddenly swept over. Enchanting immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. After that, she immediately turned and left. Umo was stunned. He left just like that? What was the matter that made him so anxious? Also, what was he going to do now that Enchanting was gone? Umo, Rongxiu glanced at him indifferently. Umo tensed up. Yes, Your Highness. You can go back when you finish off Zhang Yufang. Umo blacked out. Your Highness, he struggled on his deathbed, wanting to save himself one last time. Rongxiu asked faintly. I'll go now. Umo charged into the chaotic battlefield as though he was facing death. Although it was a little difficult, Zhang Yufang was already injured and should be easier to deal with now. Moreover, there were so many soldiers around. Everyone, back off. Make room for Lord Yu. Rongxiu said lightly. Yes, Your Highness. The soldiers were well trained and obeyed orders. As soon as they responded to the command, they retreated in unison. Zhang Yufang, who was in the middle of killing, suddenly appeared in Yumo's sight. The corner of Yumo's eyes twitched. He regretted it so much. He shouldn't have looked at him like that. What terrible thing had happened in the West Hill? Chongshu Pavilion. The sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Chu Luiyue and the others came to the old herb garden again. So, Master, you still don't know who broke into the Chongshu Pavilion that day? Along the way, Chu Luiyue obtained a lot of information from Yuchi Song. Although he had heard Lu Jia mention it before, he was not at the Chongshu Pavilion that day. It was more convenient and accurate to ask Yuchi Song about these things. Sure enough, Chu Luiyue discovered many details that Lu Jiao hadn't mentioned before. Those people are very powerful, and all of them are wearing masks and black robes. They came at night, so I didn't see anything clearly. Although more than a year had passed, Yuchi Song could still recall the scene vividly. Everything that happened that day was deeply engraved in his mind, becoming the deepest and most painful scar that could not be erased. The other party came prepared and caught us off guard. They didn't even have time to protect the lives of the elders and disciples in the pavilion, let alone the medicinal garden. When we came back after everything was over, the guards were all dead. Yuchi Song's seemingly calm face trembled slightly. At that time, we saw that many medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden were damaged. We wanted to check it out, but because of the heavy casualties in the pavilion, we didn't pay attention to it for a while. Who knew? Who knew that the next day, the remaining medicinal herbs had all withered? A month later, the medicinal garden was already in ruins. At that time, we sent people to continue planting medicinal herbs, only to find that the soil of the medicinal garden could no longer grow any useful medicinal herbs. But by then, it was too late. Chu Luiyue listened seriously while thinking silently in his heart. Since this Mestuan gravel is something from Nanjiang, then only those who have been to Nanjiang can have this thing. Master, do you know who in the Tianling dynasty has been to Nanjiang in recent years? Yuchi Song paused for a while before saying, Jiang Yuqing has been there. Digression, you have to get the ideal results for the college entrance examination. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 568. He had been there. Chu Luiyue was very surprised. When? Yuchi Song narrowed his eyes and recalled for a while before saying, it was probably after little Yueya was gone. At that time, everyone said that little Yueya was possessed by the devil. He heard that there was a medicine in Nanjiang that could bring people back to life, so he brought people there, but he couldn't find it after that. Instead, most of the people he brought there were killed. After that, Jiang Yuqing recuperated for a long time. He didn't even go to little Yueya's funeral. Chu Luiyue widened her eyes slightly. Funeral? How was that possible? At that time, her Tianjin Yuan meridian had been damaged and her entire body had been destroyed and completely dissipated. How could she still? Yes. Originally, according to little Yueya's identity, it should have been a grand funeral. However, because the name of Qi deviation was really unpleasant, it was just an ordinary funeral for a princess. Chu Luiyue only felt that it was ridiculous and ridiculous. Those people tried to force her into a dead end, but in the end, they didn't forget to hold a funeral for her. That's right. Of course they had to do that. Only in this way could they be cleared of suspicion. And the so-called, in order to save her, he went to Nanjiang without hesitation. Jiang Yuqing was actually a complete actor. He obviously went to Nanjiang for other reasons. He was just using her as a cover. However, in the eyes of others, they might still think that he was extremely infatuated. Deep hatred surged out from the bottom of her heart. It almost caused her chest to explode. The fists in her sleeves were already clenched so tightly that her bones were almost crushed. Jiang Yuqing. You're really good. Seeing that Chu Luiyue lowered her head and didn't move, Yuchi Song asked with concern, Chu Luiyue, are you okay? Chu Luiyue closed her eyes. When she raised her head again, her expression had returned to normal. She smiled faintly and said, nothing. I was just thinking. What kind of heavenly treasure is it? It's so magical that it can actually attract eldest young Master Jiang to go there regardless of his life. As she spoke, she looked at Chang Wanzhou. Little boat, you grew up in southern border. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Chang Wanzhou shook his head. No. Yuchi Song pondered for a moment and said, actually, I have always had my suspicions about this matter. However, I have never had any evidence. Now, it seems that he went to the southern border not for Little Crescent, but for something else. If the messed yuan gravel was really brought back by him, Yuchi Song suddenly thought of something. He frowned and stopped. Chu Luiyue took a step forward. Master, I haven't been in West Hill for long, but I've heard a lot about the Chongshu Pavilion. I want to ask you a question. Is there someone secretly targeting the Chongshu Pavilion? Yuchi Song's face seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He slowly sighed and smiled bitterly. You're so smart. It's normal for you to guess. That's right. Since that incident more than a year ago, someone has indeed been targeting our Chongshu Pavilion. They've been making things difficult for us both openly and secretly. You dismissed many disciples in the sect because of this? Yuchi Song nodded stiffly. A hint of bitterness flashed across his face. Before this, he had never imagined that he would be forced to such a state. Chu Luiyue paused and asked in a low voice, that person, is the third Princess Shangguanwan. Yuchi Song suddenly looked at Chu Luiyue and asked in surprise, how did you? No, it's not her. Yuchi Song began to deny it, but his previous reaction had already proved that Chu Luiyue's guess was correct. Chu Luiyue frowned. Why would she do this? Was it just because Yuchi Song was half her master and had a close relationship with her? But if that was the case, Shangguanwan had too many people to deal with. Shangguanwan would be exhausted if she dealt with them one by one. Moreover, the Chongshu Pavilion was at its peak at that time. It was not easy to deal with them. It would take a lot of manpower and resources. Speaking of which, it was simply a thankless task. Shangguanwan would only do this if she was out of her mind. Yuchi Song refused to answer Chu Luiyue's question. Lu Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't continue to guess, and don't get involved in this matter. I'm already a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. How can it have nothing to do with me? She doesn't only want to harm you, but also the entire Chongshu Pavilion. Lu Yu, Master is begging you. Yuchi Song's eyes flashed with a hint of pain and struggle as he said in a deep voice. Chu Luiyue suddenly paused. After a moment, she finally nodded. Okay. Yuchi Song let out a long sigh. Of course, he knew that Chu Luiyue was doing this for him, and also for the entire Chongshu Pavilion. However, this matter involved too many people and was full of danger. He really didn't want to drag these two children down with him. The room fell into a short silence. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said, those who have used the messed yuan gravel will leave traces on their bodies. Chu Luiyue and Yuchi Song looked over at the same time. What did you say? Chang Wanzhou raised his hand. If you want to use the messed yuan gravel, you need to use fresh blood as a primer. The person who acted as the primer would leave a very faint red line from the palm to the wrist. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up. So, as long as we find a way to see Jiang Yuqing's hand, we can confirm whether he did it or not? Yes. Yuchi Song was delighted at first, but then he frowned and said, this method is simple, but it's also troublesome. Jiang Yuqing is now in a high position and has guards around him. It's not so easy to get close to him. Besides, even if he's really the mastermind behind this, he might not do it himself. This messed yuan gravel needed fresh blood as a primer and could devour the force in a person's body. It was extremely strange. Jiang Yuqing could have just sent a subordinate to do it. Why did he have to do it himself? Chang Wanzhou said, if this matter involves him, then he must have done it himself. Chu Luiyue immediately asked, why? Because only in this way can he completely control the situation of the messed yuan gravel. And more importantly, a part of the devouring power of the messed yuan gravel will enter his body and improve his cultivation. Chu Luiyue's pupils constricted slightly. It turned out that the mess yuan gravel had such a function. This kind of behavior was really sinister and despicable. However, it really seemed like something Jiang Yuqing would do. Chu Luyuan knew him too well. In the past, his talent was not as good as hers. Although he didn't say it on the surface, he had always been very concerned about this matter in his heart. Although he was already considered a top genius compared to most people, he was still not satisfied. He was very diligent on the path of cultivation. In order to improve his strength, he could almost be considered crazy. Now that there was such a way, he might not give it a try. Chu Luyue said firmly, in any case, he has been to Nanjiang, so there's this possibility. Whether he did it or not, we'll know once we investigate. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 569. Tianling Palace. Jiang Yuqing hurriedly came to Huayang Palace. When the palace servants saw him, they all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Prince Consort. Jiang Yuqing asked in a low voice, where's the third princess? A palace servant said, the third princess just rested in the side palace. When Jiang Yuqing heard this, he immediately went to the side palace. A few palace servants immediately went forward to stop him. Prince Consort, the third princess hasn't been sleeping well these few days, and she finally fell asleep with much difficulty. Why don't you wait first? Jiang Yuqing's gaze turned cold. I have something to discuss with the third princess. If it's delayed, can you bear the responsibility? The few palace servants were shocked and looked at each other. Miss Chan Yi instructed us to stop anyone who comes to see the princess, but this person is the prince consort after all. Jiang Yuqing walked forward. When he was about to reach the door, Chan Yi, who was standing in front of the door, bowed. Prince consort, the third princess is currently taking a nap. Please wait for a while. Jiang Yuqing sneered. I'm the third princess's prince consort. Do I have to listen to a palace servant like you about whether I can see the third princess? Chan Yi knew that he was really angry, so she immediately knelt down. I don't dare. But the third princess, I'll take responsibility for anything. As he spoke, Jiang Yuqing had already walked around her, walked to the door, and pushed it open with one hand. Chan Yi looked on nervously. Jiang Yuqing glanced at her coldly and pushed the door open. He directly walked in and went behind the screen to see Shang Wanwan sleeping on the small couch. Hearing the commotion, she knitted her brows and opened her eyes. Yuqing? Why are you here? She looked tired, and there were 2 dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious that she hadn't rested well recently. When she realized that Jiang Yuqing actually barged in himself, anger flashed across her face. Chan Yi. What did this consort tell you? Chan Yi looked down. I didn't do my job well. Third princess, please punish me. Jiang Yuqing walked over. Don't blame her. I was too worried about you, so I insisted on coming in. You know that they don't dare to stop me. Shang Wanwan's expression eased a little. Go kneel outside for 4 hours. Yes. Chan Yi agreed and obediently knelt down. Jiang Yuqing sat down next to Shang Wanwan and tidied up her messy hair. Haven't you been sleeping well these past few days? Why don't you light some nerve-soothing incense? Shang Wanwan lay back down. Yes, but it's useless. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy lately. Sometimes, I even have nightmares. Jiang Yuqing comforted her for a while. Shang Wanwan took the initiative to ask. By the way, why are you here today? Jiang Yuqing's eyes flickered. I have some free time today, so I thought I'd come and see you. Also, I heard that you summoned Yang Qin, to the palace the other day. Shang Wanwan curled her lips without a smile. He was indeed here for this. That's right. Jiang Yuqing saw her calm expression and didn't know how to ask. After deliberating for a while, he said, You haven't let her go yet, right? The smile on Shang Wanwan's face deepened. That's right. I looked for her and told her that everything is fine in the Tianling God realm, and the Long Yuan sword is still there. What she said previously was all fake. Jiang Yuqing had already guessed this outcome, so he wasn't surprised. Isn't this the best outcome? As for Yang Qin, it's indeed wrong for her to deceive you and me, but I think she just misunderstood and didn't do it on purpose. After all, no one would joke about their own life, right? Just punish her slightly and let her go. Shang Wanwan laughed. What are you worried about? I saw that her attitude of admitting her mistake wasn't bad, so I didn't pursue the matter further and let her stay in the palace for 2 more days. Why? Is there something wrong? Jiang Yuqing's expression finally turned cold. You're too impulsive. It's true that she has a Daijing Yuan meridian, but we already agreed not to act rashly. How can you detain her in the palace? Do you think I don't know what you're planning to do? Shang Wanwan looked at him coldly with a mocking gaze. You came here just to tell this consort these things? Seeing her stubborn attitude, Jiang Yuqing got even angrier and stood up abruptly. You, knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Third princess, I heard that you're already up. I made longan and lily porridge for you. Do you want some? Hearing this voice, Jiang Yuqing was stunned as he turned around to look. This was clearly Yang Qin's voice. He looked at Shang Wanwan in bewilderment. You didn't. Shang Wanwan didn't look at him and just said lazily, come in. Creak. The door opened, and a woman walked in with a bowl of porridge. It was Yang Qin. Jiang Yuqing quickly scanned her body, and she didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Greetings, Prince Consort. Yang Qin bowed to him again and put down the porridge. I've said it a few times. I like you, so I'm keeping you for a few more days. Just leave these things to the palace servants. Yang Qin smiled gently. Qin understands. Shang Wanwan waved her hand. I still have something to discuss with Prince Consort. You can leave first. Yes. Then remember to use this porridge. It won't taste good if it gets cold. With that, Yang Qin left respectfully, not forgetting to close the door. After she left, Shang Wanwan raised her chin at Jiang Yuqing. If you still have any doubts, why don't you check that bowl of porridge too? Her words were sarcastic, and her gaze was mocking. It was rare for Jiang Yuqing to feel embarrassed. Could it be that he really misunderstood? However, her emotions had been very unstable previously, and after encountering Yang Qin, he couldn't help but worry and think that I was wrong. Jiang Yuqing pressed his fist against his lips and coughed. Don't be angry. It's my fault. Shang Wanwan didn't say anything and just looked at him. Jiang Yuqing couldn't sit still under this gaze, so he could only say, you haven't rested well recently, so I won't disturb you. Sleep well. I'm here for everything else. Don't worry. Without waiting for Shang Wanwan's reply, he turned around and left in a hurry. After his figure disappeared from the hall for a long time, Shang Wanwan snorted softly and stood up to pick up the bowl of porridge. With a gentle stir of the spoon, a trace of blood appeared. She finished the bowl of porridge without changing her expression. After a while, Yang Qin walked back quietly. Seeing that Shang Wanwan had finished the bowl of porridge, she quickly retracted her gaze. Shang Wanwan pondered for a moment and said, you can go back today. Yang Qin was a little surprised. Didn't you say that it would take 5 days? You've only stayed in the palace for a day or two, and he's already here with suspicion. It's not appropriate for you to stay any longer. Jiang Yuqing might have believed her today, but he had always been a suspicious person. It was very likely that he would continue to investigate. Yang Qin hesitated for a moment. Yes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 570. In the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue and the others came to the herb garden together. Yuchi Song stood outside the door and set up a huge barrier that enveloped the entire herb garden. With me here, no one will disturb you. Yuchi Song said with a hint of worry in her eyes. Chu Luiyue nodded. Thank you, master. Then, she entered the herb garden. Chang Wanzhou followed closely behind. Chu Luiyue turned around and looked at him in surprise. Chang Wanzhou said, I said before that I would help you guard. Chu Luiyue raised her chin. You can also stay outside the barrier. Isn't master right there? Chang Wanzhou said stubbornly, I'll be closer to you. If anything goes wrong, I can help you immediately. As if he was worried that Chu Luiyue would not agree, he quickly added another sentence. After all, no one here knows the Mestuan gravel better than I do. Chu Luiyue looked at his determined face and smiled. Okay. The two of them came to the middle of the herb garden. Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou looked at each other. Chang Wanzhou nodded slightly. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, took out a dagger, and gently cut her left palm. Immediately, a bloody wound appeared. Dark red blood immediately gushed out of the wound. Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged with her palms facing down and placed them on the ground. A thick bead of blood silently gushed out and quickly soaked into the ochre-red ground. A moment later, the dried-up herbs in the surroundings suddenly began to move. The nearest suchi plums suddenly shattered from the roots. The Mestuan gravel flowed out of it and headed toward Chu Luiyue. Soon, the second, the third, with Chu Luiyue as the center, countless abandoned herbs in the surroundings shattered silently. The Mestuan gravel mixed in them also began to rush toward Chu Luiyue. It was like countless blood-colored hair fluttering in the wind, but also like fine sand flowing over. Although there was very little Mestuan gravel in each plant, when they all gathered together, it quickly became a spectacular sight. After about 15 minutes, the ground around Chu Luiyue seemed to have countless red rivers. And their destination was Chu Luiyue. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling all of this. As time passed, Chu Luiyue could clearly feel the blood in her body was quickly flowing out of the wound on her palm. She lowered her eyes to take a look. The ground under her palm was gradually dyed red, and it was slowly spreading to the surroundings. At the same time, the force in her body was being consumed faster than her blood. Chu Luiyue's expression. No wonder Chang Wanzhou was so determined to oppose it. The Mestuan gravel's consumption of force was indeed too terrifying. She had just cleared a distance of 20 steps around her when she already felt the force in her body begin to be consumed at an abnormal speed. But this herb garden was extremely large. More importantly, the Mestuan gravel was very likely to have spread to the entire Qingyuan mountain. How much force would be consumed? Even she was a little uncertain now. But fortunately, there was no movement from the water droplet at this time. Thinking of it, Chu Luiyue felt more confident in her heart. She held her breath and focused, methodically circulating the force in her body. The Mestuan gravel further away also began to surge toward this side. Chang Wanzhou stood at the side and watched closely, not daring to slack off. So far, everything was going smoothly, but this was only the beginning. Tianling Palace. After Jiang Yuqing left Huayang Palace, he wanted to leave the palace directly, but halfway there, he turned around and went to Qingfeng Palace. Qingfeng Palace was still heavily guarded. Ordinary people could not easily approach this place, but Jiang Yuqing was different. For various reasons, he could basically enter and leave freely. When they saw Jiang Yuqing, the palace servants in charge of guarding the place were a little puzzled. Didn't this person just come a few days ago? Why was he here again? Although he used to come here often in the past, he had been coming here more frequently recently. But they definitely did not dare to say such a thing, and did not even reveal a trace of a strange expression. Those who could stay here were all carefully selected people, and would not make such a mistake. Jiang Yuqing was about to enter when he saw a manservant standing outside the door with his hands by his side, as if waiting for someone. This manservant looked somewhat familiar. He walked over and recognized that this was the imperial physician Zhou Mingxi's man. Shang Guanwan had chosen 3 imperial physicians to take turns looking after the emperor. Calculating the time, today was indeed the day that Zhou Mingxi should be here. When the manservant saw Jiang Yucheng, he immediately bowed. Jiang Yucheng asked, "Is Lord Zhou inside?" The manservant replied respectfully, "Yes." "How long has it been?" "A quarter of an hour." Jiang Yucheng nodded. According to the time, he should be coming out soon. He thought for a moment and gave up on the idea of going in. Instead, he stood where he was and waited with the manservant. The manservant did not dare to ask anything, and could only carefully accompany them. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out of the room. It was Zhou Mingxi. Jiang Yucheng took a few steps forward. "Lord Zhou." When he saw Jiang Yucheng, Zhou Mingxi was shocked. "Eldest young master Jiang, why are you here?" Jiang Yucheng smiled. "The third princess hasn't been resting well recently, so I came to visit her. I didn't know how His Majesty was doing, so I came to take a look." Zhou Mingxi nodded in understanding, stroked his beard, and looked relieved. "You really care about His Majesty." Jiang Yucheng glanced at the closed door. "Lord Zhou, does His Majesty show any signs of waking up?" Zhou Mingxi shook his head with a worried expression. A trace of disappointment flashed through Jiang Yucheng's eyes. Why hasn't he gotten better yet? They had stopped taking the medicine long ago, and had been nursing His Majesty's body. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be able to wake up. But until now, there was still no sign of him waking up. Zhou Mingxi said, "We can understand eldest young Master Jiang's worries. But this kind of thing, sometimes it's hard to say. Maybe His Majesty will wake up tomorrow. Don't worry too much." Jiang Yucheng could only nod. "Sorry to trouble you, Lord Zhou. This is our duty. How can it be troublesome? In any case, we will do our best to make His Majesty wake up as soon as possible. If eldest young Master Jiang has nothing else to say, I'll go back first to prepare the medicine for His Majesty." "Lord Zhou, please." Jiang Yucheng took half a step back. Zhou Mingxi cupped his hands and left with the manservant. However, just as he took 2 steps, Jiang Yucheng suddenly stopped him. "Lord Zhou, please wait." Zhou Mingxi stood still and looked back at him. "Eldest young Master Jiang, is there anything else?" Jiang Yucheng's gaze fell on Zhou Mingxi's belt, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. When imperial doctors entered the palace, they had to hang their jade pendants on their belts. But Zhou Mingxi didn't have one on him. "Lord Zhou, where's your jade pendant?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 571. Zhou Mingxi followed Jiang Yucheng's gaze and glanced at himself. "Oh, you're talking about that. I don't know where I lost it and couldn't find it. In 2 days, the new ones should be ready and sent over." Jiang Yucheng nodded in understanding. "I see." Zhou Mingxi looked at him and asked tentatively. "I know that imperial physicians should wear the jade pendant when they enter the palace. But His Majesty's treatment can't be delayed. I thought about it and decided to come." Jiang Yucheng smiled. "Don't think too much, Lord Zhou. I don't mean to blame you. I just happened to see it and was curious. You're right. His Majesty's health is the most important thing. Besides, since the new one is almost ready, there's no need to pursue this matter." Zhou Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. However, this is a symbol of status after all. Lord Zhou should be careful in the future. Of course, of course." The two exchanged a few more words before Zhou Mingxi finally left. Jiang Yucheng turned around to take a look before turning around to leave. Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue was still sitting in the same place. A lot of Mestuan gravel had gathered around her palm. Her lips were a little pale, but fortunately, she was still in good spirits. 1/3 of the Mestuan gravel in the herb garden had been gathered. The messed yuan gravel, which was as small as dust, had gradually condensed into a larger gravel. However, when they were deposited together, they were still like liquid and could flow freely back and forth. The force in Chu Liuyue's limbs and bones was almost exhausted. With a thought, a vigorous force surged out of the water droplet. The feeling of exhaustion disappeared instantly. Chu Liyue was refreshed and sped up. Chang Wanzhou watched nervously from the side, his thin lips tightly pursed. Yuqi Song, who was standing outside, watched this scene with his heart in his mouth. Gradually, more and more messed yuan gravel gathered around Chu Liyue's palm. When night fell, Chu Liyue finally gathered all the mixed yuan gravel in the herb garden. She adjusted her breathing and looked up at Yuqi Song. "Master, I'm afraid you'll have to remove this barrier first. Otherwise, it would affect her ability to gather the chaos yuan gravel outside." Yuqi Song was worried, but he still nodded and agreed. "All right." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the barrier dissipated. This time, Chu Liyue was no longer under any protection. Other than Chang Wanzhou, who was standing nearby, Yuqi Song was already standing outside. Chu Liyue closed his eyes and held his breath. Force continuously gushed out from the water droplet. In the darkness of the night, nothing could be seen clearly. Only the faint rustling sound could be heard coming from all directions. The closer they got to Chu Liyue, the clearer the sound became. There was no need to look to know that it was the messed yuan gravel that had spread throughout the entire Qingyuan mountain. Hearing this sound, Yuqi Song's hair stood on end. How much was there? The entire Qingyuan mountain might have been completely covered by this messed yuan gravel. If it weren't for Chu Liyue today, they could only let the messed yuan gravel continue to spread. It wouldn't be long before this mountain would become a wasteland. Thinking of this, Yuqi Song's heart was filled with lingering fear. If it was really Jiang Yuqing who did it, why did he do it? The night passed in a hurry. Yuqi Song and Chang Wanzhou stood guard for the entire night. When the morning sun shone down, the endless rustling sound finally dissipated. The two of them stared at Chu Liyue. Even though Yuqi Song had mentally prepared himself for this, he was still shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. The messed yuan gravel around Chu Liyue seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent film. It almost became a small stream, floating around Chu Liyue and flowing quietly. The aura contained in it was extremely powerful. It was almost daunting. Chu Liyue's face was extremely pale, and her eyes were bloodshot. Fortunately, the aura around her was still stable. She exhaled softly and looked at the messed yuan gravel flowing around her. Suddenly, a small piece of ice crystal slowly condensed on it. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. It was starting to condense. The messed yuan gravel on Qingyuan Mountain had all been gathered. Chang Wanzhou also noticed this scene and immediately said, "It's fine. It's coming." Chu Liyue raised her hand. A vigorous origin power crazily gushed out from her body. It instantly surrounded the messed yuan gravel. Then, the messed yuan gravel began to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had completely formed a large piece of red ice crystal. Just as Chu Liyue was about to destroy it, the red ice crystal suddenly began to shrink. Chu Liyue frowned and quickly glanced at Chang Wanzhou. What's going on?" Chang Wanzhou also had a grave expression. "It shouldn't be like this, your power is compressing it." "What?" Chu Liyue was confused. She didn't do anything. According to what Chang Wanzhou said before, after the messed yuan gravel began to condense, she just needed to quickly destroy it. She had done exactly as he had told her to. But before she could do anything, this thing had, before Chu Liyue could react, Chang Wanzhou had already rushed over and punched out. It seemed that he was going to attack directly. Chu Liyue suddenly had an idea. "Wait." Chang Wanzhou stopped abruptly. "What's wrong?" "This thing is very dangerous. If we don't deal with it as soon as possible, wait." Chu Liyue seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head and signaled Chang Wanzhou to step back. Yuqi Song, who was standing outside, also felt that something was wrong. He asked worriedly, "What's going on? What's going on?" Chang Wanzhou frowned and shook his head. Chu Luiyue gave him a look that said, "Don't be impatient." The few of them fell silent. Only their eyes were fixed on the red ice crystal that was still shrinking. When it had shrunk to the size of a palm, it finally stopped. The color was rich, smooth, and bright, like a ruby. It quietly floated in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue hesitantly reached out and took the red ice crystal in her hand. It was cold to the touch, but she could faintly feel the surging energy within it. The next moment, the red ice crystal suddenly entered her body through the wound on her palm. Lu Yu. Yuqi Song and Chang Wanzhou's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this scene. Chu Luiyue was suddenly stunned. Because the ice crystal seemed to have melted after coming into contact with her blood. It followed her yuan meridian and spread all the way to Dantian. The water droplet quietly floated in the air. The next moment, the red ice crystal was completely swallowed by it. A gentle energy slowly flowed out of it and nourished Chu Luiyue's limbs and bones. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and asked the water droplet in disbelief. You deliberately swallowed the energy in the Mestuan gravel? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 572. The water droplet floated quietly and rippled slightly. This was a definite answer. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a while before she finally reacted. It was actually like this. The power in the water droplet was constantly gushing out. After the Mestuan gravel condensed, it chose to counterattack. In this way, not only could it recover the energy that was previously consumed, but it could also devour the power that was originally in the Mestuan gravel. Chu Luiyue was silent for a while before she said with difficulty, "You really refuse to take any loss, Lu Yu?" Lu Yu. Yuqi Song saw that Chu Luiyue did not react and could not help but ask nervously. Chu Luiyue came back to her senses and opened her eyes. Chang Wanzhou and Yuqi Song both stood in front of her with worried faces. "How are you?" Yuqi Song asked while carefully sizing her up, afraid that something would happen to her. Although Chang Wanzhou did not speak, his eyes were still fixed on Chu Luiyue. He did not know what happened to the Mestuan gravel in the end. He had never encountered such a situation when he was in Nanjiang. If Chu Luiyue really met with an accident because of this, he would never forgive himself. "I'm fine," Chu Luiyue hurriedly said. As she spoke, she stood up and glanced at her palm. The wound that was previously dripping with blood had already scabbed over. "Master, little Zhou, don't worry. Am I not fine?" As Chu Luiyue spoke, she spread out her hands and let the two of them look at her. What exactly happened just now? Yuqi Song did not dare to relax. "That thing, how did that thing enter your body?" He turned his head and glanced at Chang Wanzhou. "Wanzhou, you said that this thing is not poisonous to people, but it can quickly consume the force in a person's body. Now that it is in Lu Yu's body, what should we do?" Seeing Yuqi Song, who had always been calm and composed, reveal such a panicked and helpless expression, Chu Luiyue felt both sour and warm in his heart. She grabbed Yuqi Song's arm. "Master, I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, you can check his pulse yourself." Yuqi Song put her hand on her wrist suspiciously. Suddenly, his expression froze. Then, he looked at Chu Luiyue with uncertainty, his eyes full of shock and suspicion. This lass. She had used up so much origin power just now. Why did it seem like her strength had increased? Chu Luiyue looked at him with a smile. "How is it? Can you rest assured now?" Yuqi Song checked her again and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with her body. Moreover, her body was full of force. He slowly loosened his grip and muttered, "Indeed." Chu Luiyue looked at Chang Wanzhou. "Little Zhou, you can rest assured now, right? Although Chang Wanzhou was not a celestial physician, he had extremely sharp five senses. Not only did Chu Luiyue not have the strange aura of the mest yuan gravel, but the pressure around her had become stronger. Yu Qi-song couldn't help but ask, what? What's going on? Chu Luiyue had a headache. How should she explain this to them? Could it be that not only was she not injured at all, but she had also absorbed all the power of the mest yuan gravel? Speaking of which, I'm actually not too sure. Chu Luiyue's explanation was rather vague. Wei Qi-song, however, seemed to have understood something. Could it be that the power in your body has dissolved it? Chu Luiyue nodded thoughtfully. Probably. Maybe that's the case. In fact, there was nothing wrong with saying that. The ice crystal of the mest yuan gravel had indeed been dissolved. It was just that the power in it had become hers. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said, now, even if we don't look at Jiang Yuqing's palm, we might be able to determine if it was him who did it. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Why? Chang Wanzhou's expression was indifferent. Because after you resolve the mest yuan gravel, the power he had obtained from the mest yuan gravel will begin to backfire. If it's light, his realm will regress. If it's heavy, his yuan meridian will be damaged. Digression, starting from the early morning of the 10th, I will update my mobile phone users. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 573. Chu Luiyue's expression suddenly became very subtle. Realm regression, yuan meridian damage, that sounds pretty good, are you sure? The corners of Chu Luiyue's mouth curled up as she asked excitedly. Chang Wanzhou frowned in confusion. Why does it seem like Chu Luiyue is very happy? Looking at her pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars and her slightly curled lips, Chang Wanzhou's mood seemed to relax a lot. He nodded slightly. As long as he was the one who did it back then, it will definitely be like this. Chu Luiyue had a voice in her heart shouting, delightful. She had never wished for the mastermind to be Jiang Yuqing as much as she did at this moment. Although she couldn't confront Jiang Yuqing directly now, it would be good if she could take this opportunity to teach him a small lesson. Seeing Chu Luiyue's reaction, Yu Qi-song didn't think too much about it. He only thought that she was excited because she could find out the truth. If that's the case, then it's much easier, Yu Qi-song said thoughtfully. Jiang Yuqing's status was noble. Now, many things in the Tianling dynasty were done by him for Shengguan. It wasn't difficult to meet him and test his strength. Today, I will personally go down the mountain and make a trip to the Jiang residence. You will know the result at a glance. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. You're going today? Yu Qi-song said, that's right. Anyway, now that things have developed to this point, if it really has something to do with him, he must already know. There's no point in delaying it any longer. It's better to go directly. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. Yu Qi-song was planning to face the attack head-on. In any case, the Chongshu Pavilion was the victim. Now that this matter was investigated, the ones who should be worried were those who had done something wrong. After saying that, Yu Qi-song was about to leave. Chu Luiyue hastily shouted, Master, you forgot one thing. What? Chu Luiyue blinked. This medicinal garden has already returned to normal. Can you let the senior brothers and sisters take care of this place again? Look at me. I almost forgot such an important thing. Yu Qi-song laughed. Good. I will order all the disciples in the pavilion to come together. Although it would take a long time for the herbs to grow, it was a promising start for Chongshu Pavilion. Now that the problem of the mest yuan gravel had been solved and Qingyuan Mountain had returned to normal, they no longer had to worry about not being able to raise the medicinal herbs like before. That was the most important thing. The previously abandoned herb garden was officially reopened, and new herbs were being planted. This news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread among all the disciples. At first, everyone was very confused, but when they heard the pavilion master say that the herb garden had been restored and the herbs planted could be successfully raised, everyone was eager to give it a try. In the afternoon, almost all kinds of herbs had been replanted in the entire herb garden. Although it was still bare at a glance, the pavilion master's words gave them a glimmer of hope. Chu Luiyue also planted some, and under Yuchi Song's insistence, she was given the power to manage the herb garden. Chu Luiyue refused at first, but she couldn't resist Yuchi Song's insistence and finally agreed. On one hand, she really liked to take care of herbs. On the other hand, Yuchi Song promised that she could use the herbs in the herb garden in the future. Chu Luiyue was quite tempted, so she agreed. In fact, when the person in charge of the herb garden was decided at the beginning, many disciples competed fiercely. When Yuchi Song said that she chose Chu Luiyue, she thought that everyone would question her ability and qualifications. She didn't expect everyone's attitude to be surprisingly consistent. Since little junior sister wanted to do it, then do it. In the entire Chongshu Pavilion, was there anyone more suitable than little junior sister? No. Everyone expressed their strong agreement and started to get close to Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou. It was understandable that they were looking for Chu Luiyue, but when she saw everyone bracing themselves to talk to the cold Chang Wanzhou, Chu Luiyue was really confused. After asking, she found out that Lu Xiao had already told her senior brothers and sisters a truth the day before. Although little junior brother was cold, he listened to little junior sister. Moreover, little junior sister treated little junior brother very well. In that case, it would be good to have a good relationship with either of them. Hence, when everyone finally came to greet them again, Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou's rooms were filled with all kinds of gifts. Chu Luiyue looked at the room full of things and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The herbs had only been planted for a few hours, and they were already so enthusiastic. It was obviously a little too early. They clearly wanted to use the excuse of the herb garden to visit her and Chang Wanzhou and give them some gifts. There were very few people in the Chongshu Pavilion now. Those who could stay were all people who had deep feelings for the Chongshu Pavilion. These people had supported each other until now, so the friendship between them was naturally much deeper and more sincere than that between disciples of ordinary sections. Similarly, Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou chose to enter the Chongshu Pavilion at this time. Although they didn't say anything, they were very happy and touched in their hearts. Their attitude towards the two of them was naturally exceptionally doting, afraid that they would suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Chu Luiyue leaned against the door frame and recalled the scene just now. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. She wasn't a person who liked excitement. However, the room just now was extremely noisy, and she felt very happy. A long time ago, her status was revered and high above. Everyone respected her, worshipped her, envied her. She had never experienced such an experience. After that, she was reborn with great difficulty. She was lowly and insignificant, and it was difficult for her to move forward. Everyone bullied her, humiliated her, despised her, and mocked her. She had never experienced such an experience. Originally, she chose the Chongshu Pavilion largely because of Yuchi Song. But now, she began to feel grateful for her choice. Chang Wanzhou straightened up from the small mountain of gifts. A small doll that Yi Ranran had given him was hanging on his body. Chu Luiyue smiled and said, "Little Zhou, don't be in a hurry. Take your time." Chang Wanzhou's face darkened. Chu Luiyue walked to the side and spread out a piece of rice paper. "This is the first gift that senior brother and senior sister gave us for our first meeting. It represents their feelings. So we must keep it well. Tidy them up one by one. I'll register them." As she spoke, she glanced at Chang Wanzhou and wrote Yi Ranran, 1 doll. In fact, Yi Ranran had made 2 dolls, one for each of them. Chang Wanzhou's face darkened even more. He was about to pull the doll off, but when he touched the soft fabric and fine stitches, he paused, unhooked it, and removed it. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. This child clearly likes it too. Why is he always so cold? She smiled at Chang Wanzhou and said, "Little Zhou, after you finish writing the list, You have to keep it well. Take it out and take a look at it in the future. Remember to return the gift to senior brother and senior sister. Chang Wanzhou looked away. You don't have to give it to me. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 574. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment before she understood. Chang Wanzhou said that he couldn't read, so he naturally couldn't understand this list. She was so focused on teasing him that she actually forgot about this matter. Chang Wanzhou turned his face sideways. His soft golden short hair covered his eyes. Chu Luiyue could only see his clear and smooth jawline, as well as his straight nose and slightly pursed thin lips. Actually, he still cared, didn't he? Chu Luiyue's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a sharp needle. She opened her mouth, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. This scene. How familiar was it? Wasn't Mu Qinghe the same back then? So, she taught him how to read, she taught him how to cultivate, she taught him how to speak and do things. Mu Qinghe was very smart. He learned everything very quickly and did it very well. That was why he could grow so quickly and become an important figure in the Tianling dynasty in just 10 years. With a stomp of his foot, the entire Dahuang swamp would shake. But what happened later? There was no later. Hearing that Chu Luiyue didn't speak for a while, Chang Wanzhou turned to look at her, only to see that she was looking at him with a dazed expression. No, she wasn't looking at him. Chang Wanzhou frowned and walked over. What's wrong with you? Chu Luiyue suddenly came back to her senses. Nothing. Chang Wanzhou looked into her eyes seriously. You're very sad. Chu Luiyue sighed softly in her heart. Sometimes, she really felt that Chang Wanzhou was too smart. Chang Wanzhou paused for a moment and said, I'll keep the list well. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment. This child. Did he think that this would make her feel less sad? Something in her heart seemed to slowly melt. She said, I'll teach you. Chang Wanzhou was stunned. What? Chu Luiyue wrote a line of words on the Xian paper. Chang Wanzhou suddenly understood. His lips were tightly pursed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chu Luiyue ruffled his hair. I didn't teach you for nothing. After that, you'll have to help me out. Consider it your tuition fee. Chang Wanzhou nodded seriously. All right. The Jiang mansion. Jiang Yuqing lay on the ground in pain. Large beads of sweat fell from his forehead, and his face was as pale as paper. The origin power in his body suddenly split into two and began to fight fiercely. His entire body was in incomparable pain. He almost fainted. He clenched his teeth, afraid that he would make any noise and attract the attention of those outside. He endured the pain as he looked at his palm. An extremely thin line of blood extended from the center of his palm to his wrist. However, at this moment, it was rapidly dispersing from the wrist. Jiang Yuqing looked horrified. How could this be? How could this be? Wasn't everything fine before? Could it be that the people at the Chongshu Pavilion discovered something? He desperately pressed down on the line of blood, trying to stop it from dispersing. However, it was all in vain. As the line of blood slowly disappeared, the origin power in his body also quickly dissipated in all directions. It was so fast that it was like a snowy mountain collapsing. He tried to suppress it with another force, but found that it was useless. Instead, it sped up the loss of origin power in his body. No. No, a trace of deep fear flashed in Jiang Yuqing's eyes. It was not easy for him to cultivate and break through to his current realm. How could he watch this power leave him? Something must have happened to the Mestuan gravel. However, that thing was only available in Nanjiang. Very few people in West Hill knew about it, let alone deal with it. Who was it that made a move? Jiang Yuqing stood up with difficulty. However, just as he took 2 steps, he uncontrollably bumped into the table beside him. Bang! The porcelain on the table fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Eldest young master? What's wrong? A servant's voice came from outside. The door moved, as if someone was about to come in. No one is allowed to come in. Jiang Yuqing shouted sternly. The person outside was also shocked and hurriedly retreated. Yes. Jiang Yuqing took a deep breath. He supported himself on the table with difficulty and sat down on the chair beside him. His internal organs felt as if countless knives were madly slicing them. The suffocating pain came from all over his body. Because of the pain, Jiang Yuqing bent over and supported himself on the table with one hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. After a while, the pain did not lessen at all. Instead, it became even more intense. However, what worried Jiang Yuqing even more was that his origin power was depleting too quickly. He was almost about to fall out of his current realm. He looked down at his wrist and saw that more than half of the red line on it had already faded. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two forces fought wildly in his body. Jiang Yuqing was inevitably greatly affected. Soon, a thick smell of blood surged. Splurt. He finally couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his realm finally fell out of the middle stage of the 8th stage. He returned to the early stage of the 8th stage. Then, his body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. However, how could Jiang Yuqing care about all this at this time? There was only one thought in his mind. His realm had regressed. One had to know that at this level, even if it was just a difference of one stage, there would be a huge change in strength. He had spent a year's time to raise his cultivation base, and now, it was all in vain. Moreover, for a cultivator, the loss of strength was definitely not only limited to the loss of strength. Whether it was the loss of the Yuan meridian or the impact on one's state of mind, it was immeasurable. He didn't know how long it would take for him to recover from this setback. It was even possible that he would never be able to improve again. The servant outside heard the commotion in the room. Although he was worried, he remembered Jiang Yuqing's previous order. He didn't dare to go forward and could only wait anxiously on the spot. Both inside and outside the room were silent. Jiang Yuqing sat on the ground in a daze. He could only hear the sound of his breathing and the sound of his heart beating violently. The two forces surged back and forth in his Yuan meridian as if they were about to burst out. After a long time, he seemed to have gotten used to the intense pain. However, he soon realized that it wasn't that he was numb, but that the pain in his body was really weakening. However, there was no relief on his face. Instead, he slowly lowered his head and looked at his palm as if he had expected something. That red line had already completely shattered. Only a broken wound was left, indicating what had just happened. If he didn't stop now, he was afraid that he would fall out of the 8th stage. Jiang Yuqing felt a lingering fear in his heart. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Everything happened too suddenly. His mind was blank. After an unknown period of time, he finally woke up when the blood on his body gradually dried up. This matter definitely didn't happen by chance. Tuck tuck. Eldest young master, the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion is here to visit. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 575. A sharp glint flashed across Jiang Yuqing's eyes. He actually came so quickly. In that case, Yuqi Song must have already known something and deliberately came to verify it. If he went out now and Yuqi Song saw his current appearance, everything would be irrefutable. Hearing no movement, the servant asked again, "Eldest young master?" Jiang Yuqing struggled to get up. In fact, the terrifying pain had already dissipated. Because his realm had already fallen, and that red line, he looked down at his wrist. The wound that appeared because the bloodline was broken was not deep, but it was clearly visible. Since Yuqi Song had already come to the Jiang mansion, then it was very likely that he already knew about this bloodline. He had to find a way to cover it up. Invite Pavilion Master Yuchi to the study room first. This young master will go in a moment. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm and normal. Yes. Hearing the hurried footsteps outside, Jiang Yuching held his forehead with one hand and thought hard. Yuchi Song came prepared. It was not that easy to deceive him. Yuchi Song was originally following the servant to the study room, but on the way, he met Jiang Lizhua, who just happened to return. Seeing Yuchi Song appear in the Jiang mansion, Jiang Lizhua was very surprised. They had never had much contact with the Chongshu Pavilion. Moreover, in Xiling City, basically no one wanted to take the initiative to interact with the Chongshu Pavilion. However, Jiang Lizhua's face was still very good. He personally received Yuchi Song. After the two of them sat down in the study room, Jiang Lizhua asked Yuchi Song's purpose in coming to the Jiang mansion. When he heard that Yuchi Song had specially come to find Jiang Yucheng, he felt even more strange. However, seeing that Yuchi Song did not seem to have any intention of letting go, he tactfully did not ask any more questions and only chatted about something else. I heard that Chongshu Pavilion has recently accepted 2 extremely outstanding disciples. I haven't had the time to congratulate Pavilion Master Yuchi. Jiang Lizhua smiled very politely. He had more or less heard about what happened at the Wanjing meet. Many people didn't understand why Chu Luiyue and the other man chose the Chongshu Pavilion. He was just as curious. It was unknown if Yuchi Song had done something in private, or if it was something else. Hearing him mention Chu Luiyue, the smile on Yuchi Song's face became much more genuine. Yes. It is indeed Chongshu Pavilion's fortune to have the 2 of them. If not for the 2 of them, the Chaos Yuan gravel on Qingyuan Mountain would still be spreading everywhere. Looking at Yuchi Song's happy and proud appearance, Jiang Lizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Actually, he was just casually saying that. At the end of the day, they were just 2 half-grown children. How much trouble could they cause? Moreover, he had heard that the 2 of them did not have a good background. Even if he had outstanding talent, he might not be able to become a top expert in the future. Yuchi Song, on the other hand, had been in low spirits for more than a year. It had been a long time since he showed such an expression. Could it be that he was really happy? Thinking about it carefully, it was actually understandable. It was indeed quite rare for the Chongshu Pavilion to be able to accept new disciples. It was no wonder that Yuchi Song was like this. Jiang Lizhua was mocking him in his heart, but he still revealed a look of admiration on his face. To be able to make Pavilion Master Yuchi praise him like this, he must be a dragon among men. If there's a chance in the future, you must meet him. Haha. Wei Qi Song glanced at him meaningfully and smiled as well. Definitely. Of course, he could tell that Jiang Lizhua looked down on their Chongshu Pavilion and everyone in the Chongshu Pavilion. Over the past year or so, he had seen too many such gazes and expressions. If it was in the past, he would more or less feel a little uncomfortable every time he met them. Therefore, he gradually didn't interact much with the crowd. But it was different now. No matter what these outsiders thought, he didn't care at all. When they really see the strength of Lu Yu and Wan Zhou in the future, TSK. He was also looking forward to it. The 2 of them chatted for quite a long time, beating around the bush. Yuchi Song gradually became impatient, but the suspicion in his heart became more and more certain. Jiang Yucheng stayed in his residence, but he actually took so long to come out to meet people. No one would believe that there was no ghost. After a while, a voice finally came from outside the door. Greetings, eldest young master. Yuchi Song looked at the door. After Chu Luiyue arranged all the gifts, she rushed back to Chang Wanzhou and cultivated in her room in peace. After the water droplet in her dantian swallowed the Mestyuan gravel, the aura in her body seemed to have strengthened a lot. She guided this power and circulated it in her body, but she didn't try to continue breaking through. In the eyes of ordinary people, although the speed of her advancement was a little fast, it was actually considered normal. After all, she had the Daijing Yuan meridian. However, Chu Luyue knew very well that her pill of essence was different from others. The speed of this breakthrough was really a little fast. Girl is quite cautious. Taizu's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a hint of admiration in his tone. After this period of time, he could already confirm that Chu Luyue had more potential than he had imagined. What was even rarer was that she had an extremely tenacious will and strong control. In the face of the temptation of a breakthrough, not many people in this world could resist it. However, Chu Luyue did very well. This breadth of mind and vision was indeed extraordinary. Chu Luyue's lips curved slightly. Taizu didn't know her situation, but he could barely sense the surging power around her. However, he could guess a lot based on this. After all, he was Taizu, so Chu Luyue didn't want to deliberately hide it. Thank you, Taizu. Compared to the breakthrough of the realm, she wanted to try to cultivate the Jingshan palm more now. However, just as she adjusted her breath, she heard Lu Jiao's voice coming from outside. Little junior sister. Someone is looking for you. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 576. It was almost evening. Who would come to look for her at this time? Chu Luyue got up and went to open the door. She saw Lu Jiao standing at the door. Senior brother Lu, who's looking for me? They had just met in the afternoon, so they shouldn't be here now. Lu Jiao's expression was a little strange. It's a man from outside. He said he was looking for you, so I told him to wait at the foot of the mountain. Chongshu Pavilion was currently heavily guarded. Although there were no restrictions on the entry and exit of the disciples, they were still very strict with outsiders. A man? Chu Luyue quickly thought about it. She had just arrived at West Hill not long ago. Other than the group of people at Chongshu Pavilion, she didn't have much contact with anyone else. It shouldn't be Jian Fengqi or Mu Qinghe. These two people were too famous in West Hill. Lu Jiao had seen them before. Could it be that one of them had sent someone? Did he say who he was? Lu Jiao nodded. He said his name is Enchanting and that he came specially to see you. Chu Luyue was shocked. Enchanting? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be accompanying Rong Xiao at Minghua Tianshan? Seeing the slight change in Chu Luyue's expression, Lu Jiao asked tentatively, Junior sister, do you know this person? Chu Luyue nodded. He's a friend of mine. Please invite him up, senior brother. If there was nothing urgent, he definitely wouldn't have come all the way here. Could it be that something had happened to Rong Xiao? Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Lu Jiao saw the urgency and worry in her eyes and couldn't help but think more. That Enchanting looked like a talent. Could it be that he had a close relationship with junior sister? If that was the case, they had to help junior sister investigate properly. Thinking of this, Lu Jiao suddenly felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Junior sister, wait a moment. I'll bring him up. After saying that, he quickly left. Chu Luyue stared blankly at his rapidly disappearing figure. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but why did she feel that? Lu Jiao suddenly seemed to want to see Enchanting. Lu Yu, I heard that someone came to the mountain to look for you. Just as Chu Luyue was thinking about this, he saw Yi Ranran suddenly appear from the side with a curious look on his face. Seeing Chu Luyue's suspicious gaze, Yi Ranran hurriedly explained. It wasn't Lu Jiao who told me. I accidentally overheard it. Besides, the other senior brothers and sisters don't know about it either. Chu Luyue. Where are my senior brothers and sisters now? Yi Ranran suddenly blushed and did not say anything. Yi Ranran took 2 steps forward and looked at Chu Luyue cautiously. Mountain Pass. Chu Luyue's brows twitched. Mountain Pass? Isn't that the location of the mountain gate? When Enchanting comes up the stairs, she will be able to see him at a glance. Chu Luiyue recalled the scene of her first day at the Chongshu Pavilion. After climbing countless stairs, as soon as she reached the peak, several enthusiastic faces appeared in front of her. Chu Luiyue, she really suspected that a large part of the reason why the Chongshu Pavilion had fallen to this point was because the disciples of the pavilion were too gossipy. If they didn't cultivate properly, how could they become strong? Yi Ranran quickly explained, actually, we didn't mean to intentionally do that. Well, actually, we didn't do it on purpose. It's just that when Lu Jiao came up, he happened to meet two senior sisters who had just returned halfway up the mountain, so he told them. Then, after climbing half the mountain, everyone knew about it? That's right, Yi Ranran responded softly. Although she came earlier than Chu Luiyue and could be considered Chu Luiyue's senior sister, Chu Luiyue always seemed to have a noble and powerful aura. In addition, Chu Luiyue had taken the initiative to stand up for her previously, so it was very difficult for her to put on the airs of a senior sister in front of Chu Luiyue. At this moment, when Chu Luiyue glanced at her from the corner of her eye, she shrunk her neck timidly and felt inexplicably guilty. Chu Luiyue walked forward. At this moment, Chang Wanzhou heard the commotion and also walked out from next door. He looked at Chu Luiyue with some confusion in his eyes. It seemed that she was quite concerned about this man who suddenly came. Yi Ranran leaned over to Chang Wanzhou and asked softly, Wanzhou, do you know that Enchanting? Chang Wanzhou shook his head. Junior sister. He's here. Lu Jiao's loud voice came from afar. The corners of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched slightly. Was he afraid that everyone couldn't hear him? She quickened her pace and soon saw her senior brothers and sisters gathered in a group. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Just as she was seriously considering whether she should retreat first, a senior sister happened to turn around and see her. She quickly exclaimed, Junior sister is here too. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Junior sister, we still have something to do, so we'll leave first. Take your time to chat, take your time. Although they said that they were going to leave, their eyes were still looking down the mountain. At this moment, Lu Jiao had already arrived. Enchanting was behind him. He was wearing black heavy armor, and there were still some traces of blood on his body. Although he had restrained his aura, there was still a faint murderous aura. It was as if he had just returned from a battlefield. This aura immediately made all the senior brothers and sisters who had yet to leave stop in their tracks. This man wasn't simple at first glance. Why did he come to find junior sister in such a hurry? Chu Luiyue had never seen him like this before. At this moment, she was also shocked. Enchanting had already sensed several auras at the entrance of the mountain before he came up, so he wasn't surprised to see these people at this time. He looked forward and saw Chu Luiyue with a surprised expression. He immediately walked forward and stood in front of Chu Luiyue, then knelt on one knee. Enchanting greets Miss Lu Yu. Everyone looked at each other. Oh, it doesn't seem like what we thought before. Chu Luiyue helped him up and quickly sized him up, frowning slightly. Why are you suddenly here? And dressed like this? Did something happen? Enchanting shook his head. Miss Lu Yu, don't worry. Master is fine. Today, I came to deliver something to you. Actually, he had already arrived at West Hill before, but because he didn't know where Chu Luiyue lived now, he had wasted some time. Later, he thought that since she had already joined the Chongshu Pavilion, then it was very likely that she was at Qingyuan Mountain. He came over to take a look, and sure enough, she was here. Everyone's eyes changed again. Master? His master? Who was he to junior sister? Chu Luiyue felt a little relieved, but she was also very puzzled. What did he ask you to deliver? What was so important that he was in such a hurry that Enchanting didn't even have time to take off his armor and came all the way here? Enchanting took out a small jade box and presented it with both hands. Chu Luiyue took it. It was only half the size of a palm. What could be inside? With a click, she opened the jade box. A ring that was emitting a faint glow was lying quietly within. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 577. This is an interspatial ring? Chu Luiyue asked uncertainly. Yan Qing nodded. Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. Could it be that Yan Qing came here so hard just to give me an interspatial ring? Yan Qing seemed to have seen through her doubts and said respectfully, Miss Luoyu, Master ordered me to give this to you in person. Chu Luiyue picked up the interspatial ring. It was simple and elegant. The material was neither stone nor jade, but it glowed faintly and looked clear and moist. It seems to be, for a man. Chu Luiyue looked at the interspatial ring carefully and saw a small character, Xiao, engraved on the inside of the ring. This is Rong Xiu's interspatial ring? Did he say what he wanted you to do with this thing? Chu Luiyue asked. Yan Qing's expression changed slightly as he shook his head. Actually, although he didn't see the handwriting, he could guess Master's plan. But he couldn't say it out. Maybe you will know when you put it on. Chu Luiyue injected the force into the ring and found that the seal on it had been erased. Now that she had made such a move, the interspatial ring had become hers. Obviously, Rong Xiu did it on purpose. But why? Chu Luiyue thought as she injected the force into the ring. Suddenly, her movements paused, and the expression on her face froze for a moment. This interspatial ring was of a very high level. It had the largest storage space that Chu Luiyue had ever seen. Compared with this interspatial ring, her previous one seemed to be small pockets that couldn't be taken out. More importantly, it is full of white crystal coins. Because there were so many of them that they almost piled up like a mountain, Chu Luiyue couldn't tell how much they were. In short, there were a lot of them. It was rare for Chu Luiyue to be so slow. There was only one question left in her mind, and it kept circling in her mind. How could Rong Xiu be so rich? Miss Luoyu? Yan Qing looked at Chu Luiyue in a daze for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. Chu Luiyue came back to his senses and looked at the interspatial ring in his hand with a complicated expression. She doesn't seem to understand her man at all. Now, she finally understood why Rong Xiu asked Yan Qing to make the trip in person. The Cosmos ring was too precious. Was Rong Xiu worried that she had no money to spend? Other than that, she really couldn't think of a second reason. Miss Luoyu, the items have been delivered. If you don't have any other instructions, I will return to report. Yan Qing said. He came in a hurry. If he returned late, he might not be able to see Yumo's miserable state. Chu Luiyue rubbed the interspatial ring in her hand. Something seemed to surge in her heart. Wait a moment. Help me bring a letter back. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she turned around and quickly walked back into the house. Yan Qing followed and waited respectfully outside the door. This time, Lu Xiao and the others didn't follow, but they exchanged glances with each other very frequently. So this Yan Qing isn't little junior sister's sweetheart. His master must be her, right? Isn't little junior sister only 14 years old? Why is she already engaged? I don't know who is so lucky. But speaking of which, when can we meet that person? What if he isn't worthy of little junior sister? Don't you see that Yan Qing is full of murderous aura? He suppressed his realm, but his true strength is probably not weaker than ours. As for his master, isn't he even stronger? I think little junior sister is good at everything. She must have good taste too. Then what about little junior brother? TSK, can't you see that little junior sister is raising little junior brother like a child? Yan Qing was waiting patiently outside the door when he suddenly saw a young man walk past him and enter the room. He was slightly stunned and looked up. It was an exceptionally thin young man with soft golden short hair. His skin was so white that it was almost translucent. Although it was only a quick glance, one could still tell that his facial features were exquisite and very beautiful. Although this word wasn't suitable to describe a young man, this was definitely the first thing that came to mind when he saw him. He looked to be in his teens and had a hint of youthfulness. At the same time, he had a hint of wildness. He was like a complicated and simple contradiction. While he was in a daze, he saw that the young man had already walked to Chu Liuyue's side and helped her grind the ink. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word, and his expression was cold and indifferent. However, his movements were smooth and natural, as if he had done it many times. Chu Liyue looked at Chang Wanzhou in surprise. When did this child become so discerning? Judging from his proficiency, he must have done this many times in the past. She smiled and dipped the brush in the ink. After thinking repeatedly in her heart, she finally put the brush down. Yan Qing raised his eyebrows high. What is going on? Didn't Miss Lu Yu come to West Hill with Jian Fengqi previously? Except for Mu Qinghe and Jian Fengqi, she shouldn't be familiar with anyone else. But this young man seems to be very close to her. When did such a person appear beside Miss Lu Yu? Yan Qing looked carefully and thought to himself, Yu Ling is becoming more and more unreliable. He didn't even report such a big piece of news. If Master finds out about this later, Yan Qing suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 578. Chu Liyue quickly finished writing the letter and put it in the envelope. She walked out and handed the letter to Yan Qing. Yan Qing, please help me pass this letter to him. Yan Qing took it with both hands and said respectfully, yes. Don't worry, Miss Lu Yu. I'll definitely bring it to him. Chu Liyue was indeed quite assured of Yan Qing. She said, seeing that you came out in a hurry, I won't delay you any longer. Yan Qing cupped his fists and bowed. Take care, Miss Lu Yu. I'll take my leave. With that, he carefully put away the letter and turned to leave. Until his figure disappeared from sight, the mountain peak was still silent for a long time. Chu Liuyue's gaze swept across the crowd. Senior brothers and sisters, do you have any other questions? Everyone immediately reacted. No. Little junior sister is busy. We'll take our leave first. With that, they really left quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Liyue, Lu Jia wanted to ask a few more questions, but he was pulled away by Yi Ranran. Chang Wanzhou glanced at the interspatial ring on Chu Liyue's hand. His eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to his room. Chu Liyue raised her hand. The interspatial ring was a little big for her, so she put it on her thumb. Sunlight shone through her fingers. The interspatial ring seemed to have become clearer and shinier. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound could be heard. Chu Liyue was dazed. The cosmic ring that she was wearing on her other finger suddenly cracked open a little. That was her first interspatial ring. Although its level wasn't high and the space wasn't very big, she was used to wearing it for a long time, so she didn't take it off. She didn't expect it to crack. Chu Liyue took it off and looked at the crack regretfully. But from the looks of it, there was no way to recover. She went back to her room and took out all the things in the interspatial ring. She rearranged them and put them into the interspatial ring given to her by Rongxiu. Although there were countless white crystal coins in it, there was still a lot of space. It was more than enough to store Chu Liyue's things. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering could be heard again. Chu Liyue looked over. Beside her were a few interspatial rings. He had gotten it from Jian Fengqi. There were 8 of them in total. There was a lot of money in each of them. One of them also had cracks on it. In desperation, Chu Liyue had no choice but to transfer everything into the new interspatial ring. However, as soon as he did that, the third interspatial ring also shattered. Chu Liyue stared at the crack and finally realized something. He slowly looked at the faintly glowing interspatial ring in his hand. It seemed that, it was because of this, as if to prove her conjecture, the rest of the interspatial rings were damaged one after another in a short period of time. In the end, there was not even a complete one left. When Chu Luiyue transferred all the things inside, the interspatial rings directly turned into powder silently. Chu Luiyue looked at the powder on the table and glanced at the interspatial ring in his hand. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Jiang Mansion. Yuqi Song stared at Jiang Yuqing, who came in. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes. Jiang Yuqing's aura was completely concealed. He seemed to have used a yuan instrument that could hide his realm. In this way, there was no difference at a glance, but others could not detect his true strength. In his heart, Weiqi Song was almost certain that Jiang Yuqing was the one who did it. Father, Pavilion Master Yuqi. Jiang Yuqing walked in with a normal expression and greeted the two of them before sitting down beside Jiang Lizhua and facing Yuqi Song. Pavilion Master Yuqi, why are you here today? Jiang Yuqing had a gentle and polite smile on his face, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Yuqi Song glanced at Jiang Lizhua hesitantly. Jiang Lizhua sneered in his heart, but he laughed on the surface. Since Yuqing is already here, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Then, he left very straightforwardly. When the door closed again, Jiang Yuqing looked at Yuqi Song again. Pavilion Master Yuqi, what do you have to say? Can you say it now? Yuqi Song didn't answer him immediately as his sharp and cold gaze slowly swept across Jiang Yuqing. After a moment, he said, Eldest young Master Jiang, why do you have the smell of blood on you? Jiang Yuqing's expression froze. Before I came, I had specially washed the bloodstains on my face and body, and I even changed my clothes. How did Yuqi Song still discover it? He forcefully calmed himself down and smiled slightly. Pavilion Master Yuqi, you're really impressive. You can even detect this. As he spoke, he raised his hand. I accidentally scratched my hand previously, and I simply cleaned it up just now. It's no wonder that you would smell this bloody smell. His hand was wrapped in gauze, and dark red blood stains seeped out. It was obvious that he was injured not long ago. Also, I couldn't see what the wound was like. Yuqi Song's eyes darkened. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? I wanted to check his cultivation level, so I hid my aura. I wanted to look at his wrist, but his hand was bandaged. Jiang Yuqing's wrist was also covered by his wide sleeves, so I couldn't see it clearly. He really put in a lot of effort, Yuqi Song sneered in his heart. Jiang Yuqing is simply exposing himself. I see. Eldest young Master Jiang should be more careful. This time, it was scratched, but next time, it might not be so. Jiang Yuqing's pupils constricted. Yuqi Song is warning me. This old man is indeed here today for one thing. Yuqi Song didn't seem to notice the change in Jiang Yuqing's expression, and simply changed the topic. This old man remembers that the key to Thousand View Garden seems to be with you. Hearing Thousand View Garden, Jiang Yuqing's heart suddenly jumped. He forced a smile on his stiff face. That's right. The key there is indeed in my custody. Pavilion Master Yuqi, why are you asking this? Yuqi Song let out a long sigh. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that when this old man went to Thousand View Garden a day ago, I suddenly remembered that this old man had once given the Empress a few things when I was alive. They were all placed in the zither room of Thousand View Garden. Now that she's gone, this old man wants to take back those things as a memento. Jiang Yuqing furrowed his brows undetectably. You said that there are things that belong to you in the zither room? Yuqi Song nodded and began to count seriously. On her 10th birthday, this old man personally carved the wandering dragon wolf brush for her. On her 13th birthday, this old man prepared the zither pluck for her. Before she married you, at this point, he suddenly stopped. The room fell into a dead silence. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.